started. Let's begin with, before I begin with the minutes, there's two key things that I have to say. One, I need everybody to use the microphone. Satanik had a terrible time in terms of trying to do minutes because people are sitting all over. They're on. Mine is on. I have the voice that doesn't need a microphone. But I really need the people from the audience to go to the mic, or if you all want to cluster in one zone and we can put the mic in front of you, fine, on that table. I'll work with anything. But she absolutely needs to hear you. Two, open meeting law. You have to, we cannot communicate amongst each other. You can't send anything reply to all. It's going to get us in trouble. I've been warned about this 5 times now. So please, 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 if you want to communicate, send it to me. I will get it out to the entire committee as a memorandum, but we can't do that. And we'll get to the other things later. So let's begin with the minutes. Could I have a motion for the minutes, please?
I move we accept the minutes as printed.
Didn't Mark have some edits, though?
Yes, he did. Do we have a discussion, Mark?
Yes. Do I push this or what do
I think
If it's green, you're on.
I? Okay. I've suggested a couple of small edits, and they have to do with paragraphs 6 and 8 on page 2. And to start on the second sentence of paragraph 6, to clarify, I would strike the word "she" because the antecedent isn't clear who that is.
Yes, I saw your edit, Mark. That's
And
correct.
add, Elodia Thomas stated that she had been told a request for proposal or request for qualifications cannot be used if the contract is to be for an amount less than $50,000. And I would strike the rest of that. Then continue, Jason Cohen asked for some clarification. Mr. Tom Tracy noted that if an IFB or an invitation to bid, the town must choose the lowest bid. Whereas for RFP and RFQ, the quality of responses as well as cost can be taken into account in awarding a contract. Now, the auditor is here. I wonder if that's correct. Yes, okay.
Tom is nodding affirmatively, yes. Thank you, Tom.
Okay, then on
ahead, Mark.
paragraph 8, I would add 3 words. Mark Krupskevich suggested it may be faster to do a shorter plan that would not require hiring a consulting firm, and that the committee could pull together one from the existing documents and also work on an application process.
May I ask a question, Mark? You referred to the meat and bones plan. Would you like that added into the minutes?
I don't think that's necessary.
Okay, just asking, because I went back and I reviewed the video, and I just didn't know if that was critical. Any comments from the committee?
I like those edits.
Sound good to
Okay,
me?
do I have a second?
Second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
How do you like my cheat sheet, everybody? I have now learned how to ask all in favor. Thank you. Okay. She's not here tonight. Satanik is not here tonight. She's in Armenia. So that's why it's critically important that she can hear what we are all saying. She is going to be transcribing those minutes later on. But she does a really good job, so thank you. She did do a much longer version of the minutes, which I think was a bit too much. It also becomes quite costly for us as a committee, but I thought these were very comprehensive, and I hope you all agree. Thank you.
I did have one comment.
Sure.
On just the back and forth nature of reference to each of the members. So sometimes she uses our first name, and other times she uses Miss Thomas.
Okay.
And I find that unnerving.
Okay, what would you prefer, Maria?
I
can
don't
let her know.
care, I just going back and forth, one or the other. I couldn't care less, but it was like, Miss Thomas, who's that? Oh, yeah, Elodia. So,
All right,
so,
what is
you
she?
know, and so it's just, I've never seen note
Okay.
takers go back and forth.
Does anybody have an opinion on that? I'd be happy to give her that information. Is there a protocol? You guys are more familiar with this than I am. Dennis?
I think it makes sense what Maria said, either use one or the other.
Okay.
So,
It makes sense.
What would you prefer?
Sounds like there's maybe one or the other.
Yeah, we don't care.
Okay, we don't care. Okay, I will
I
let
mean,
her.
it's often used some people use the more formal version, but I don't think it matters.
Okay.
Just sticking with one version.
Thank you. I will correct that within these minutes, and I will let her know. Is that okay with everyone?
Oh, you don't have to go back
Okay,
and
all right.
correct
Thank you,
these.
Maria. Next up on informational updates, Tom. I asked Tom to give us an update about the budget.
So I passed a letter that I had put together on May 30th to the council and the manager as part of their June 4th passing of the town council, town budget for fiscal year '20. I'm not going to read the entire letter. A lot of you already know this. You lived it through your meeting on, I believe it was April 8th, if I remember right. But they did, the council did take the two motions that were in your April 8th meeting, and the minutes, I did attach the minutes to them. So they did vote the 2019 budget, and they did vote the 2020 budget. And within that 2020 budget is as you know, is a 5% allocation for administrative expenses for the committee starting July 1st. So as of July 1st, you actually have funds that you can start working with on administrative, for administrative expenses, whether that's actual staff, consultant services, supplies, whatever you want, or the committee wants to use that money for, as long as it's appropriate for the committee. That kind of goes without saying. I'll be working with Elodier as expenses occur during the year to get them processed and paid through my office. One thing I would request is that the expenses be approved at the meeting every month, so that will be a requirement before I can make the payment, that the majority of the CPC committee has approved the expenditure. You can even do it ahead of time. For example, if you eventually hire a staff member, I think we won't have to approve every meeting $2,000 for the month, if that's what the expenses are. You'll be able to, just make a motion that we are hiring so-and-so for the next fiscal year, and the budget would be $20,000 of the $124,000. And that would be the only time you have to, only time you have to vote it. What I will do, whether I come to a meeting or I'm not coming, I will send a spreadsheet, if you will, or some type of report to the committee to kind of let you know during the year or at each meeting where you are with the $124,000 administrative expenses, because obviously one of the things my role is I can't let you exceed that.
Right.
So I'll make sure that you have information to stay on top of that. As far as the expenses, supplies, or consultant services, whatever, when you approve an expenditure, the process of filling out a voucher and everything else, I will work with Elodier, or eventually, if you have a staff person, I'll work with that person to go through the town's process, just like I would with any other town department or department head, as far as how to present that to my office for approval.
Thank you, Tom. I have two questions. Number one, I never see any accounting for the interest on these funds that has been accruing, so is there some way that we're going to know where that stands?
We will. As I mentioned to you before, this is also a learning experience for myself as well. It was when Stuart came, the one thing I picked up from him was the interest accrual. So I actually have, because we have a new treasure collector, we've had some consultant in town helping us with some of the catch-up work at the treasure collectors while that job was vacant. And I've asked that consultant to go and look back since the beginning of the CPA fund.
Thank you.
To come up with because we weren't crediting the interest. So I've asked her as an independent person looking at it to come up with a rationale of how to calculate that interest. The treasurer and I then will review it. So there isn't any interest credited as of yet.
As of yet.
But there will be by the end of this fiscal year, which is ending next week.
Right.
So we will be doing that, but it will be going back, not just for fiscal year 19, it will be going back for fiscal year 18. So I will have an interest credit for the committee as well, but I don't have it as of yet.
That's fine. Oh, and then when it's done at the end of this fiscal year, going forward, will that be
It'll be
credited
done-
quarterly?
It'll be done quarterly along with the rest of our trust funds, and we will be adding it into a calculation that the treasurer's office does on a quarterly basis and reports to my office.
Thank you, Tom. I have one more question. I know that we have been talking in kind of a loose discussion about joining the coalition. I assume that we have to put that to a full vote by the committee to join, and then we need to find the information out, what the fee will be to join the coalition, and that would be then submitted to you. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And if you take a vote, if the time essence of trying to join the coalition and get the money in, but you don't know the exact cost right now, what I would recommend is the body vote of an amount not to exceed a certain dollar amount, so that we can at least process the payment. You know, if it exceeds it, you're gonna have to go back to the next meeting. But, you know, if you have an idea what that cost is, and the dues are due, say, July 15th, a lot of these associations, if you don't pay by a certain date,
Right.
they increase the fee a bit. So if you wanna pay
I have
something
two
by July 15th.
emails into the coalition to find out what the
But
procedure
I'm
is
sure
and
we
the
can,
cost.
I'm sure we can work it out.
Thank you.
You know, if the majority of the committee wants to pay and join and use some of the administrative fee, resources for that, then I'm sure we can process that and get that done quickly.
Okay. Is it appropriate, because again, I'm new to some of these things and I stand to be corrected, is it appropriate to take a vote on that tonight so that we'd at least have the vote and then we can do the investigation? Because I believe the cost is based on how much money we put into the till on an annual basis.
A lot of the associations either do something like
Yes.
that, or they do a lot based upon a population, or everything.
He had it in his presentation, and I don't have that, I just got that.
I know, but he said around, that was the around. So does anybody else have questions for Tom by any chance?
I do.
Okay, Dennis and then John, please.
And this vote that we take has to be in the expenditure of monies has to be approved by the town council?
No, the
No.
town council has approved the budget for administrative costs at the June 4th meeting. That was, and that was the purpose of my providing you the letter.
Very good.
So they've taken care of that. And as I mentioned earlier, or at a previous meeting, we didn't give them a line item, or, you know, we have a bucket of money, basically, of $124,000. Going forward, after we have a year or two experience, we may present to the council, and you may have a more formal vote as far as how you may break down your administrative expenses. But at least this first year, it was my recommendation, we just do it as one amount of money. But to answer your question, that's what we have.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
John?
One other
Excuse me.
thing before question. The other thing the committee could do on miscellaneous expenses, they could vote to allow the chair, at her discretion, a certain dollar amount for miscellaneous expenses, so that if in between meetings, things need to get paid, you can do that as well. But that's, again, totally up to the committee, whatever they decide.
Thanks, Tom. John, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. Tom, thanks for all that information. And I'm wondering, how far in advance, in your opinion, can you get us the budget update? And how far in advance, does it make sense to produce that in advance of our meeting?
Your meeting, remind me, is it Thursday? You're meeting the 4th,
Third
basically?
Thursday every month,
Third
Tom.
Thursday of every month? I could probably have the Monday before. If you're sending out a package, I could probably have it included in the package.
That would be great if that
Great,
could happen.
okay, thank you, John.
Thank you.
And that's for the interest thing? Is that what he
Did you have a question, Maria? I'm hearing a whisper.
said? Is that for the interest? Is that what he's asking for?
What I will do is, once we do, well, the next meeting will be in July, so I'll have the interest calculated for that meeting. And then on a quarterly basis going forward, the meeting after that quarter, I will include that as part of the financial update, if you will.
Thank you.
Does that satisfy you as well, John?
Sure, and I meant, on a monthly basis, whatever status report you're giving us, if we can get it in advance of the meeting, that would be,
Right.
preferable.
Right, that will be what I attempt to do. I will say, especially at the first couple months, there may not be any
Right.
thing, so,
Easy report.
may nothing to be reported, right.
Jason, I think you had a question.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you could clarify, I know we went through this a couple of meetings ago, but whatever money is not expended out of the administrative fund at the end of the year, it goes back into the general?
No, it does not. None of the money for the CPA fund goes back to the general fund. It always stays with the CPA
It goes
fund.
back
Oh,
into
that's
the,
right.
the general fund of the CPA.
Correct, that's what
Yes.
I meant, right.
Right.
The
Okay.
reserve account, so to speak.
Right.
Basically, what it will do is, it will go at the end of the year, using the 124,000 as the example, if you don't spend, if the committee doesn't spend the entire $124,000 by the end of fiscal year '20, that money basically will go to the undesignated fund balance.
Undesignated fund, yeah,
Yes.
that's the term I was looking for.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody else have a question? Thank you very much, Tom, I appreciate it. An update on town email addresses. I just found out yesterday what the problem is. Maybe Gideon would like to speak to it, and then I'll tell you what I'm going to do unless it's been resolved.
Very briefly, I've requested the emails through our IT department, including the town manager's office. I then talked with Joe Mahoney, and he identified some concerns about the typical process is to not give emails out to boards and committees. So his impression was that the policy was to not do that. So I clarified that in this instance, there had been a request, and there had been multiple department heads involved with that request. And so he's said his goal was to get it done this week, but he's also rolling out some big data something or other. So hopefully next week, we will be getting the emails, and he has all your names. I've already given him those names, so we just have to.
Did he give you a date, Gideon, as a deadline
He
date?
gave me a rolling time frame he was hoping to do it this week, but
Okay.
it's hard, if there's if we have there's can be all kinds of things that happen in the town halls. So if the power goes out and the, phone systems goes down, then him and his staff have to deal with that. So at this point, as long as his rollout of whatever he was doing is smooth, then he will be able to get the emails.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think this is critical because I'm being bombarded with email, and I don't want it all through my personal email for the town or my other personal email, but I thank you for that. Dennis, could you give us an update on rules and regs that you were doing with Alan?
Yes, we've been going over the different communities like East Hampton, Newton, Malden had some different rules. Most of them are similar. And Chelsea also, excuse me, we haven't come to a complete formalization, but when we do, we'll send them all out for everyone's perusal. And then we can have a discussion probably by the next meeting.
Does anybody have any questions of Dennis? I'm sorry, Alan is not here. He's in Colorado visiting with his son.
Who's not here? I'm sorry.
Alan.
Alan
Oh,
Gallagher.
right, Alan Gallagher,
The
okay.
little guy used to sit next to him.
I have a question.
Sure,
ma'am.
Susan.
Did anything in the research that you've done so far kind of pop out or stand out as something that was unusual or different or interesting?
The only thing that really stood out was a little different was, if we reject a project or a submission, do we have a way to allow them back into the process? It's not like they just go away, well, sorry, we didn't like it, or it didn't fit, or something is not right. But there was rules that I'm looking at that allows them back in, and maybe, there's a time frame and some, and that's pretty much different. That was, I think Malden had that, but that's different than most all the others, no? thought maybe when someone's rejected it, you know, that they could come back and have a second bite of the apple, so to speak.
Thank you.
If anybody's run across any particular rules or regulations as they're doing their own work or, you know, looking at different communities, it'd be great to forward that to Dennis and Alan, so they would have, you know, if you think something was particularly stood out to you, that'd be terrific.
Lodium,
John? Sure.
a question for Dennis.
Yes, sir.
So are you looking at rules about the application process at this point?
No, we are basically looking at rules to run the committee, basically, but we'll probably delve into that in the next round, so to speak.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dennis. Any other questions or concerns?
But just to clarify, so these will, just to clarify.
You're not on, Maria. There you go.
Green go.
Just to clarify, so this will be like how we're running, how we're
Right.
running our operation. and
Right,
Things like how we elect a chair and,
right.
you know, you mentioned about missing meetings. Lodia had mentioned about missing meetings and such. So it's going to be something like that, how we run this committee.
Well, I know John has been looking at a lot of things. I have. I think one thing we need to do is, and it's interesting, I can't even find this thing on our own website, so I don't know if other committees in town have any rules, but I think we have to hold ourselves to a very high standard for what we're doing, given we are spending the people's purse, and we are, you know, it's a lot of responsibility. So I think the more transparent we are about how we organize ourselves and what our procedures are, and we have John as an attorney, so we have a really good source here to kind of check all these things out. And then we move to the application procedures that Dennis is talking about. I've been reading some of those too. We really want to encourage that grassroots, you know, growth from the bottom of encouraging people to come in and apply that Mark referred to last week. And so therefore, my personal opinion is if somebody isn't quite up to snuff when they've gone, for example, let's say we have a workshop that you go through when you apply, you do a first step when you apply, and it's, you know, maybe that gets tweaked, they apply finally with the final application, something can be off. That certainly happened in Chelsea with the first round that they went for this application process. I think the kind of people that I aspire, the kind of committee I aspire to be, is that we would give people some feedback and let them go back and recalibrate. But I think this is the whole discussion we're going to be having over the next month or so. You know, what are our values for how we do this and how we want to behave as a committee, what we aspire to. And
The reason I was asking the clarification is because in the RFQ, it talks about the application process. So I assumed that
that's
was separate.
Yes, it is.
So that's all I was asking.
Yes,
that
thanks,
that-
Maria.
Okay.
Thank you.
Elodia,
Yes,
just...
sure, John.
Sorry.
Sorry, and I have a
since
bad
you're-
neck, so
Oh,
I'm
okay.
swirling my chair, and please do that because I can't stand this setup. I like to look at people.
Well, you mentioned that I practice as an attorney, so I have to be picky.
Yes,
And just
be picky.
point out that I will certainly offer my views informed by my history of being an attorney.
Yes.
But if the committee wants a legal opinion, I'm sure it will turn
Yes,
to
we'll
the
go to Mark Rich.
town's council.
But I
Very
figure
good.
you can get us to that level of really looking at this, and then if we need to have an opinion.
We can hope so,
Yes, I think so, John. Thank you. Okay, Maria, do you want to give us a little update on the bio or where we stand? Thank you.
Sure, so if you didn't get a copy, there's copies on the table, and it was emailed earlier today. I basically just updated it from last month. Those that sent me corrections are now in this new version. I had hoped to get it onto one page, but I don't know if it matters. I mean, sometimes people lose interest by the time they get to a second page of something. And that's it. I would have preferred also that it be in 1/10, but if the committee as a whole finds that it's not, it's fine to have it in first person and then switching to third person, then so be it. That's it.
Any comments, concerns? Mark? Sorry, Jason.
No, Mark can go first.
No, I
Oh, I think he was
to you.
pointing, he's helping me out. He's my assistant at that end of the table.
If I may.
So
He's done so.
if Jonathan can be picky, then I'm going to
Yes, you
be
be
picky
picky
as
too.
well. And I'm also going to say that I'm aware that last thing I want to do is throw a wrench into this process right now, and this may cause some consternation amongst the committee, but now that I see the bios all written and I see different tenses or first person versus third persons being used, and I know we've had conversations about this, I actually now seeing it all together, I'm finding it a little, what's the word? Inconsistent.
Yeah.
And I actually, there are two of ours that are in the first person, and all the rest are in the third person. I'm thinking that I would actually like to change mine back to the third person. I know what, and I know Elodia's laughing because we had a conversation about this. I'm really a fan of consistency, and I feel like I want to set a tone here of us all sort of rowing in the same direction.
Can I say a big thank you? I feel like we need to be cohesive, and I really think that this, I actually had to start and stop this in fits because it bothered me that much to do it in first and third person.
Yeah.
So I had given the example. I blame myself that perhaps I did not give clear enough instructions, but I gave an example of what I was looking for, and I was not able to take the control, that make them all be consistent and cohesive. So,
think
thank you.
I think seeing it on the page, for me, sort of,
So are you trying to pressure me now, Jason?
not at all. I'm just saying what I'd like to do.
Okay, well, let me just give you my take, and that is, I think our little bios reflect us, who we are as people, and how we want to present ourselves to this community, because we are not the typical committee, as I'm hearing over and over and over again in this town. But if you would like me to succumb to this, I will switch it, Maria, but then I'd like my name first, because my first name is not Chair. So, will that make you happy that you will
Well,
feel?
table.
I just like consistency, that's all.
She's definitely a J in the Myers-Briggs type indicator, I can tell you
Does
that.
anyone, well, who
I am a
else?
J too.
You're a J.
You're a J too?
Yeah.
Oh, all right, well, I'm a P, so now you know.
We should do that. All of us do it.
I offered to do
And
it for the
I
team,
think
it's very
they're all
interesting.
wonderful, but you could read this as an introduction to a workshop we do, what you've written.
Okay.
Anyway, but I just felt like
All right,
some of it.
Maria, I'm going to succumb, because my buddy over
But
there
I'm
let me
okay
down.
with whatever the committee as a whole decides.
Can I make the changes for you? Or,
Yeah,
because
sure.
I can probably change yours easily enough, Jason.
Do you mind if I send through the? and I
Sure,
can-
why don't you send it to
I
me?
can do this like tomorrow. or
Okay, would you,
I mean, you don't need to go through the whole committee to have it finalized?
No.
You wanna just send it to
No.
me
Yeah.
And I may, because of the way it is, I may be able to just create a subpage instead of being a PDF, so it'll be one page. on the
Cool.
website. I think it'll be better that way.
thank you, Gideon.
Seeing that, I think it would look weird on a PDF.
Okay,
Yeah.
But
terrific.
Okay.
Right, Maria, score one for Maria. Jason, you're
No, it's
betrayed
not
me.
a score.
No, I'm
It's
joking,
not a
Maria.
score.
I'm Dutch, this is my humor.
I'm laying
Dennis, did you have a comment?
laying my
I did
heart
have a-
out that
Okay,
it was
excuse
just
me.
bothersome.
Dennis, go ahead.
I have I just wanted to commend Maria. I thought you did an excellent job.
Thank you.
Regardless of the tense, first, last.
Thank you, I
Thank
really
you.
do appreciate it, Maria. Okay.
No problem.
Group
So
photo
we're gonna-
options.
So just so Gideon, you'll take the final corrections from here?
Okay. Okay,
From
I
me
need
or-
one from me and one from Jason, we'll be good to go.
And you'll change it, okay.
Do you want to do this, Gideon? I know how much work you have. Yeah, you could put more fun
I'm
stuff
happy
in.
to do the final corrections, but if you want,
Well, he's got a lot on his plate.
I'm happy to do
Would
the
you-
final.
Okay,
yeah.
Jason, let's mail it to Maria. Bob, if you want to put your fun stuff.
No, just mail it to me. It's, because I just have to copy and paste it into the.
Yeah,
website.
it's quick,
Okay, you sure?
very quick.
It's slower.
Because don't tell me you have 6 things on your desk. And, oh, yes, I know, I'm just saying. I'm trying to relieve this burden. Okay. Now, we have our photographer here, thank goodness. May I go on to the next topic? Is everybody good on this? Great. The group photo options, I let everybody down because I was working really hard on scope and the job description, and I need somebody to pick this little task up because I'm not good at it, quite frankly. But Maria had come up with the idea of a group photo option. Leo was willing to take the photo. I can't get into figuring out where we would do this, what day. It's probably best before the meeting because everybody's working, weekends are hard, the summer is up, I'll be at the beach, so
You sure are
could
beach.
somebody take this project on? We don't want to do it on a rainy day because we'll all be drenched. Before the next meeting? And since you're so good at organizing and disciplining us with this bio, would you mind taking this on because it was your idea?
Sure, what do I have
Thank
to
you.
do?
Call everybody.
Well, can you do a doodle? Just
I can do a doodle.
And then should it, Leo, you're doing us a favor, would it be for the next meeting? Is that the best thing? So that means it's at Town Hall or by the mural at the Boys and Girls Club, somewhere. We have to pick a location. Does any,
Okay, so would you like me to do a doodle poll on the preferred location and then
Yes.
and then also check that everyone will be present at
yes,
the next meeting?
everybody has to be there. And Susan had some ideas about locations, so I'm open to anything. I just want this off my plate. I'm sorry I failed at this task, but I had too much going on. The meat and...
No rush.
Thank you. Meat and potatoes now. We get to the big deal. Gideon and I and several people made a laundry list, and John was very helpful in sending along kind of a check-off list of all the tasks that he had sent to Gideon and me. I was away at the time, but we went through all these things to try to create a scope of work for the consultants. I know that some people feel that we don't need a consultant. I just want to reiterate, we have no staff. And I don't know when we will have a staff person, and there's an awful lot of work to be done. So we wrote this up, the community background. Susan has given me some edits on that today. I didn't have time to include those. But we put the scope of work together. We met with Raylene, who is the purchasing agent. She clarified this issue, Maria, which you were kind of right about this request for qualifications and proposal, because she did find a workaround. That's the best way I can describe it. And Tom, please correct me if I'm wrong, but we can put this in as that we could possibly be spending $50,000, but we certainly will probably not be. So maybe Gideon can explain this better than I can, because my head was spinning after listening to all these acronyms. Gideon, would you like to speak to this a moment?
I can speak to this. Our department probably does the most consultant-type projects. And so what Raylene clarified is that so one, if you think you may go over 50, you have to do the RFQ or RFP. So even if you thought you wanted to do the easy one, you can't if you go over. The other is that over 3 years, if there's the possibility of a project spending 50,000, so it's not in 1 year, but it's over a 3-year period. If you have a consultant services, and there's a potential, the likelihood or possibility of it going over. So if you have a project that's 20,000, 20,000, and 20,000, that's 60,000. So you should do an RFQ or RFP. So that's basically the clarification, is that we are within our rights, and it's appropriate to go down the path of doing a RFQ or RFP rather than the more streamlined but much more limited option. So,
Thank you.
Does that help?
Yes. Does anybody have a question of Gideon?
So I see we went for the RFQ process, or are we still deciding
Well-
between RFQ and RFP?
The other issue that Raylene brought up and Gideon brought up is, how can I say this? Correct me. Please help me out,
want me to
Gideon.
say it?
There are only going to be a few consultants that are going to meet what we're
Criteria.
looking at, criteria. Thank you, Maria. Our criteria. And so we wrote up such a tight scope of work in Raylene's opinion, because I spent a lot of time on this, looked at all the different issues that we might need help with, and you may say, no, we don't want to do that. That's up to this committee. But you said, with this tight scope of work, I think you can go with the RFQ. There's some questions in there that I highlighted in red that I'd certainly like to ask. And she thought this way you get it out fast. There's a timetable attached, because I know people are concerned about time. It's an aggressive timetable. But she thought this would be the best way to go, to look at this. And when I listened to the two of them discuss this, it seemed to make sense to me. Because to ask 2 or 3 consultants to do this whole thing for us, when we already kind of pretty much have a very good scope, having read so many, I've read too many of these materials at this point. So that's why that was the decision to do this, because we could also move fairly quickly. I wanted to just add something, because this came up as a question or kind of a comment last time. Newton passed the CPA in 2001. They had a staff person on board, They adopted a plan in late 2002, and they started their first funding round in 2003. It was with regard to Kessler Woods. So they took about a year to get it done, just so you all know. Well, yeah, the
Well,
funding,
1 year
yes.
for the plan, I think
Yes,
she means.
yes, that's, Somerville passed their CPA in 2012. They got their committee together in 2014. They had a staff person from the get-go. They got their timeline going, and interesting enough, if you go back and read their materials, they had 3 different timelines of how to look at it, might stage out in terms of all the work they had to do. One was 11 months, one was 13 months, one was 15 months. They started with their final plan going towards the end of 2015. So I don't think what we're talking about is really slow at all. I think we're very aggressive in the outline that we've done. And they all started with a solid baseline plan. What you are looking at when you're looking at 6 to 8 pages is an accumulation, it's kind of an annual update report, but the background material is all there. I wanted to address that issue. Questions, concerns?
If you have any more questions about the RFQ, the pros and cons of the RFQ versus RFP, I'm available.
So my question with my initial question with whether it's RFP or RFQ, oftentimes, I mean, I don't see anything in here about your cost proposal. So I don't know how Watertown does it, but with the RFQ process,
Let me
you'll
just-
often
let me-
not
before-
have the
yeah.
proposal cost.
Before we
in
go
there.
down that path, this is only the scope of work because that's what we discussed at the last meeting. All the other part gets filled in, and Raylene and planning staff will make sure that whichever direction we end up with, we will put the rest, so there would be a cost proposal, and there's multiple other items that have to be put in there for regulation. So it's a much thicker document, but I didn't feel that it was appropriate for us to we would get caught up in all the details of all this stuff. So
Oh, no, I agree. I know that there's a lot of front-end language in all contracts, but usually you have a sentence that says, and submit a cost proposal in a separate sealed envelope, or what we've done in the past in Newton is you get the qualifications first, and actually Tom Tracy mentioned this last month, that first you get the qualifications and then you negotiate the price. So that's the reason I'm asking, is because then there may be that timing needed to negotiate price, because you can pick somebody under an RFQ just under qualifications.
Correct.
Right.
Correct, and I think correct me if I'm wrong, or Tom, correct me, as I understand, when you go for a request for proposal, they submit their qualifications and what they want to do, and in a separate envelope, as you were saying, they then would put the cost. So you're first looking at what they're proposing to do. In an RFQ, you are getting the scope of work, they're telling you how they're going to do it, and then you have a rating system so we can all rate which one we like the best, or if there are only 3 people, I think, my personal thing is I think we want to bring them in and interview them.
Let me just clarify, the RFQ does not have a proposal.
You
The-
negotiate after.
The RFQ has their qualifications, and so the benefit of the RFQ in this type of thing is that it's a very specialty niche area, and so a RFQ does not require these consultants who are qualified to go through all the work of guessing what they think we want. It allows you to review past projects and their qualifications as consultants and determine which ones should be considered. And then when you pick the actual person, they've gone through the interview process, they know more about the ins and outs of what Watertown is, and then they can customize their proposal or their scope of work and final document based on what they learned, the chosen consultant. So then not all consultants have to do all of that work up front, and it's kind of a guessing game. They're not allowed to talk to us, they're not allowed to, they're surmising that, and then you're just comparing those and those price proposals. So that's the positive. On one end, you have to stretch out the beginning part, on the other one, you end up stretching out the end part, because you have to work out that contract with the chosen.
Mark, you had a question? Did you get all your questions?
Well, so it sounds like we're going to do the pricing later, the cost part later.
With the request for, with the RFQ, that would be the case. It would be, once you've picked the consultant, then
Then they'd give us
the
the
details would
price.
be worked out. then there'd be, and there's actually, at the end of this, we wrote out the absolutely most positive, everything hit right timeframe, and that describes what the RFQ process would basically, the milestones. So you can see that there would be the finalizing of the contract. And that's after the committee has seen what the deliverables and final budget would be for the project with the chosen consultant.
Okay, so the only reason, just because we are dealing with the people's purse, so just be aware that we would have no idea what the consultant would charge at all until under this process, just to be aware of it.
I'm aware, that gave me tight belly as well, Maria, and I think Mark is probably going to, I see he wants to make a comment, but it seemed kind of weird to me to be selecting the best person out of all the people. I don't mean to keep turning my back, I hate this. It seemed a little bit weird that we'd select the best consultant and then go into negotiation for cost, and it seemed.
It happens.
Okay.
Just to, I mean, it's okay, but just to be aware of it, that's all. I think that it's so tightly written that there are going to be so few people that will respond to it. Plus, it's summertime, so I think that it's not that big of an issue.
Okay, Mark, did you have a comment?
Yes, because the scope of work is fairly detailed, I assume the scope of work, once you select someone, that in fact becomes the contract.
It would be, that would be the basis for the contract?
Yeah.
No, it'd be the basis for the appendix of the contract. The contract is a legal document between the
Okay.
consultant and the town, and this would be a component of that, plus there would be, the deliverables would be clarified on the end. They would be talking back and forth with us, and there would be a budget, and their their hourly, all the details would be in that contract.
John?
So just to beat this to death, if we select, Gideon, if we select a consultant that we think is most qualified that we want to work with, and then we are unable to agree on a price, then we can look at the other people that we previously spoke to, or do we have to re-advertise and go through it again?
My understanding is that you could, if there's another consulting group, that you could just go into negotiations with them then.
Thank you.
Are you comfortable with
And,
that, John?
and Leo mentioned to me, just, I heard, there's different options for concerns about cost. There's the, not to exceed clause, or, but the other thing is that not knowing when or if there's staff, you can also have the consultant provide consulting services. So basically, almost a staff level of support. So it's the opposite of a do not to exceed. It's a do not to exceed for the actual project, but then you end up with that same consultant helping with initiating the process.
Maria?
Just a thought, we've done this where I work, we'll say a set dollar figure. We'll say, what can you consultants do for us based on this scope of work for X amount of dollars? And then you do they come in and they do a dog and pony show, and if they really want to win it, they'll give you a lot, and sometimes they lose because they really want to win it. So, but that's a thought, you could say for $50,000, because there's a lot in there, and the meetings can chew up a lot of consulting time, preparation, attendance of meetings. So you could do that. Say, what could you give us for that amount of money, a set amount of money?
As the second stage.
I have just two questions. When you go to not to exceed an amount, do you find, in your experience, that many go up to or very close to the do not exceed amount? I mean, if you put in 50,000 and they come, say, okay, we only can get 50, they come in at 49.9 or 47.8 or.
That was the case with our comprehensive plan, but we also had a really small number for that.
Okay. My second question, in the second line, it says, enter into a contract with the town to provide consulting services. Is the contract with the town or with the CPC?
It's with the town. You would be voting on and approving a contract between them and the town.
So therefore, do they report to the town?
Just so you'll know, all contracts with the town, all boards and commissions, the contracts are with the town. Town attorney has to sign it, town manager has to sign it, and I have to sign it as to appropriation that I certify that the funds are available for it. So that's a requirement, it's a town contract. Board and commission is not going to be privately contracting with anybody.
Thank you.
Just so you all know, in going through the scope of work, one of the things that I was a little bit concerned about, because Maria just mentioned it, was under number 4 on page 4. The second line was at least 2 community, I need an S in there, meetings for the public and stakeholders facilitated by the consultant for input. I was told that we should be specific. I don't know if 2 was enough, but I just am, this was one of my questions. And also on the same page, the last line, dates and summaries of previous community preservation plans completed. I didn't know if we wanted to see plans that had been done in the last 5 years, in the last 3 years. You know, we have already looked at some partial work samples from some of the consultants that I think would be applying, but, I mean, if there's anything here that you think we left out, I appreciate. Mark?
Can we go through a little, I have some page-by-page comments.
Sure.
I'd rather go through
Sure.
and see if we can go through page 1, see if anybody has comments, and just go through it that way.
Great.
Would that make more sense?
That'd be great, Mark. I don't know if anybody wants to discuss the community background, because I know Susan just sent me an update. Would you like to go through the whole document that way?
I think so.
Okay, great, go ahead. Susan, since I don't think I brought in your copy with me,
Well, let me just,
because you just sent it.
that's all right, I have it here.
Great.
And, I'm not pushing the button. One of the things I wanted to do was to think a little bit about, take what was written and add a little bit, and change a few things that I thought maybe were slightly off historically. I would still like to review this with David Russo, who is my go-to person on anything that has to do with the history of Watertown. But would you like me to read kind of what I've done here? So essentially, the third, under community background, the second paragraph, Watertown has significant cultural and natural assets, unique retail areas, diverse housing stock. There needs to be an N and there. Across its residential neighborhoods and easy access to public and highway transportation networks. At the same time, the community enjoys the advantages of being part of the dense and diverse Boston metropolitan area and a booming regional tech and life sciences economy. Approximately 119 acres of parkland and open space are owned by the town, augmented by destinations such as the Charles River Greenway, Oakley Country Club, parts of the historic Gore Estate, and Mount Auburn Cemetery, a National Historic Landmark. The entire of Watertown is no more than 1.5 miles from the Charles River. The town is home to Perkins School for the Blind, the Armenian Library and Museum of America, and the historic Watertown Arsenal established in 1816, which manufactured armaments and conducted material research. The site was converted to civilian use in 1995. Watertown has a long and proud history. Archaeological evidence suggests that 2 tribes, the Pequawset and Nonantum, had settlements on the rich fishing grounds of the river, later called the Charles. In 1630, the first permanent settlers arrived, sent by the Massachusetts Bay Colony. The settlement, first known as Saltonstall Plantation and later Watertown, was one of the earliest Massachusetts Bay Colony settlements. It became a center of trade and agriculture. In the early years of the American Revolution, Watertown played a significant role. It was here at the Edmund Fowle House in July 1775 that General George Washington met with members of the newly formed Massachusetts Assembly before setting out for Cambridge, where he took command of the Continental Army. And then the last paragraph is Watertown has been innovative in its reuse, blah, blah, blah. It fits on one page, but it could be edited. But I would like to give this to David for any corrections.
Just for context, this isn't a public document, it's just a little bit of a background for the RFQ for the consultant. Just so if it's longer, it's fine. It needs to be accurate, obviously, and you don't want to have typos, but it doesn't need to be perfect, because it's not our,
It's not a document that's
It's
going
not
out
a
to the
public
town.
document, yeah.
It's just to give the flavor.
I think what you'd added creates a lot of reference for the history of Watertown, and I think it sounds really good, and having David take a quick look at it to make sure there's no issues, but I don't want this to turn into our planning process where
No.
it's important to remember that this is a lot of these don't have any community background information, but I think it's important to have some, and so I think it's good, but I just want to make sure everybody remembers that it's the background.
Part of what you're doing, Susan, I think would be, this is be kind of where we would go into when we get our plan. This is really kind of the opening to this, should we vote to go with a consultant in the plan, this would be really an opening in that plan.
I'm open to having it condensed for this document as well. I think our history gets shortchanged sometime, and particularly, our involvement kind of around the time of the Revolutionary War. And I just think it's not an unuseful thing for the consultant to know about.
Well, I think
I think
also
it's
what you're
good.
trying to do is set the tone that, we are going to be funding historical preservation, we're going to be funding open space and recreation, and we're going to be supporting affordable housing. So I understand that you're setting that tone. My only comment is the Oakley Country Club is private, so.
It is.
It's there, but nobody's using that unless they're a member.
Well, let's cross that right out.
And I would add the Mosesian Center, it's not historical, but it is kind of an amenity in the community, but that,
Okay.
Wasn't that already in there, though?
no,
it
it was
was
scratched
in-
out in this draft, but.
And I hadn't intended to, so,
Yeah,
that should be
so-
added.
So if you want to submit those
Corrections?
we can insert those, and if you want to have David take a quick look at it, we've worked with David on multiple, in the comprehensive plan, make sure there's, and then I also noticed, because we used an old version, the Armenian, it's a different name now, so.
Mosesian Center, no?
No, well, there's also the Armenian Library and Museum of America is not that anymore, I think it's changed, or maybe that is,
I think that's the new name.
there's no library in the name now.
Oh,
so
okay, well, we'll check that too.
Thank you,
Gideon.
there's a few things that have changed since.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, Susan and I can work on
Yeah.
that. She can check with David. Susan can come back to me. We can make sure that it's tight and get that part done. But now, is that okay with you,
That's
Susan?
fine.
Great.
I think it's, even as long as it doesn't delay what Gideon has to do, I think it's nice that you've already spent that time, Susan, to put it in, as long as it doesn't delay the process. I can see the consultant lifting that same language for future reference, so as long as it doesn't delay and cause too much consternation to Elodia, then, to the chair, then I think, why not use it if you can?
Yeah, because we can say a population of almost 36,000. I don't think we have to have the exact number. We can simplify that a little bit. I don't think we have to say the density issue, it's in 4
No,
square
I'm
miles.
sorry,
We
that
can-
was
No,
just
that's
for
not,
me.
just, we're talking, we're just sharing information to go forward. And there were some other edits in here that I thought were quite good, so.
Oh, you want to strike the density? I thought that was interesting.
It is interesting.
Yeah, I find that, because in my head, I know what Newton's is, and that was a very interesting fact to me.
Yeah, well, Somerville is the highest, Chelsea is next. I think we're number 12 roughly, if I'm correct.
I mean, again, the scope is really the key.
Yes,
And
Scope is
exactly.
I
the
think
key.
whatever the community background is, it just gives, it's important, but I think
It's not as important.
It's,
Well, the density is important when we're talking about the need for open space, green space, not
but they
open
will be,
space.
whoever's doing this will
They're going to get that message.
do even a better job of density to
Okay.
show.
Okay, can we go on to the next part? Would somebody like to read? Would you like me to read? What would you prefer? Mark, you have a question?
I have comments on page 2.
You're on page 2. Okay,
Under scope of work.
scope of work, okay.
Under item 1, the second bullet, where it says hold 2 general meetings.
Correct, that was one of my
I
questions.
would hold doesn't sound very descriptive of what you're doing. You want the consultant to organize and manage 2 general public information meetings, I think.
Okay,
And I would use the same language on the next bullet, organize and manage a public meeting to review the draft plan. And then on the next bullet, I would add, review and incorporate into the plan into the plan, policy, priorities, and recommendations from existing planning documents such as the Watertown's Comprehensive Plan, Open Space Plan, and Housing Production Plan.
could you say that one more time, Mark, so I can get this down? Review and incorporate,
Review and incorporate into the plan policy, priorities, and recommendations from existing planning documents such as Watertown's Comprehensive Plan, Open Space Plan, and Housing Production Plan.
you speak faster than I can write. Okay, let me just make sure that I've got this. Review and incorporate into the plan policy, priorities, and recommendations.
Sentence.
There's something else that you said, and recommendations
From existing planning documents such as,
from, okay,
and then strike for support in developing this plan.
Could I add a word in there?
of course.
Updated existing plans and,
What?
updated.
They're out of date, that's the problem, so this is going to be.
Some
the
things
issue.
have been a little behind on, and they've been caught up, but in the future.
The housing production plan is out of date, the open space plan, but it's a reference point. I think
Yeah,
that's
I
what
think-
Mark is getting at. We know it's out of date, but it's a
Hello,
reference
Dan.
point.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, sorry, John.
I also had a similar comment to Dennis's, and I had a couple of comments on earlier points, but Mark was going so quickly, I didn't
know.
want to interrupt.
It's challenging.
On this bullet point, I
On
wanted
which
to
bullet
suggest.
point?
Which, are you on the?
The one that now reads, review and incorporate existing policy and planning documents?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay. Before the word existing, I thought we should say, review and incorporate the relevant and up-to-date portions of existing and so on, so that, you know, we don't want this person to incorporate everything, because not everything is going to be relevant, and if stuff is not up to date, as Dennis was suggesting, then that wouldn't be incorporated. And as I say, I have a comment on a previous bullet, but I can hold that if we want to talk about this one first.
So that would then read, review and incorporate into the plan that they're going to be doing for us, the relevant portions and recommendations,
Relevant and
and
up-to-date
up-to-date
portions.
portions.
relevant and up-to-date portions
Well,
from existing planning documents such as, and then the rest holds.
Yeah, but then Mark had added in priorities and recommendations, and
I think that what Jonathan
Yeah.
said might, yes,
Yeah.
subvert that little piece.
yes, because I think one of the things that we are looking for the consultant to do is to go to these various committees such as Concom, such as Historical Preservation, and as I've been reading through all the documents, is to ask them to identify their priorities and concerns with regard to these areas. So I think Jonathan's statement kind of gets to that. Do you agree with that, Mark?
Yeah, I think we blended the
Fine
two
with
of
me,
them
yeah.
together.
So, okay, so I just want to get so we're going to say review and incorporate into the plan the relative and up-to-date portion.
Relevant.
Relevant and up-to-date portions, and I'm lost again.
Relevant and up to date are the same, but that's just, I like to keep things.
It's tough to wordsmith in a
I
group.
disagree, but
I mean, if it's
other
relevant,
thing-
if it's relevant but not up to date, you throw it out.
The other option that we have here, we can go through it as a team, but we could get together as 3 of us or something to kind of beat this out quickly, if that's something that people could consider. Mark, John?
I don't think I have much more, so
Okay.
let's see if we can get through this.
Okay, let's see, okay, so can we go one more time that I can be sure I got this? John, would you say it, because okay.
I think what we're saying is review and incorporate into the plan the relevant and up-to-date portions of existing policy and planning documents, such as, list them. And then,
Existing.
as Mark suggested, deleting that last line for support in developing the plan, because it's not necessary.
Okay. Could you type that into your thing, John, so you
I-
could send that to me? Do you
I
have
got
that?
it too, but.
You're a doll, thank you, I
Okay.
appreciate that.
So the objective of this is basically for them to review the baseline, get information, and then they know what they have, so they can talk to the relevant committees and
Yes,
provide
correct.
an updated plan for you. And I mean, however you change the language, I mean, that was giving them the goal or the guidance on what they, obviously, they
John.
would already know to do.
Thank
So
you.
one comment on the number of meetings. So I had
Yes.
suggested at our last meeting that we have 2 in part because it's summertime. But if they do an online thing, we might not need 2. But if people are still in agreement, is 2 sufficient?
We won't be doing those meetings, Maria, until we hire the consultant. And if we can follow our track, this was an aggressive timeline, we wouldn't have this consultant coming on board till
Oh, right.
mid-December, mid-September.
Right, right, right.
And, you know, I know people are going on vacation too, and I'd appreciate your vacation schedule, because we did the best we could, just kind of thinking about all the pieces, but I know that Susan's going on vacation.
Well, that's all, I just want to make sure, is everyone good with 2 meetings? Or is 1 sufficient? That's all I wanted to
Well-
ask.
So with the
2 public meetings.
With the RFQ rather than the RFP, it's actually, Lydia had said before, I'd said, when you're doing an RFP, you have to be very specific so that you get consistent bids, so that when you open up the price,
Right.
it's based on the same facts. With the RFQ, if you
That's
feel
true.
that 2 is appropriate, then that's what you want. If they say, I feel very confident that we can make this work with 1, and I'm going to do this, this, and this, then that's what you negotiate.
Okay.
So that's my opinion. It's like, so you can put 2 in here because that's what you think. And, you know, you have the same meeting twice in 2 different parts of town, or you have the same meeting in, over a 2-week period, or on a Tuesday and a Thursday, or.
Okay, got it. So should we leave 2 in, or?
I think so.
I think so. I think the most important opportunity that we have here that I would hate to not take advantage of is to pull people into the process and get them excited and get them thinking about things and not skeptical. And I just think that, I think we can't do that in less than 2 meetings. And maybe we need 3 meetings even.
I thought about 4, in all honesty, Maria, 1 in each counselor's district, looking for support from the counselor and going into the neighborhood of that area. Gideon thought that was a little overkill, but I thought we'd be like a rock band and really put on a show. But just being honest,
Well,
because,
I also said that there's a lot of opportunities for the volunteer
yes,
boards and committees to do a lot of the legwork. It's one thing to have the consultant doing these. If you get everyone to show up to 1 meeting, if you have 2, then that second one's a waste of time. But if you're also going out and providing information and getting people interested in
Yeah.
in
Sure.
providing feedback
Right, we could-
online or however, so if you get 25,000 people to respond to your online survey, you've done a really good job. And and it's the people that make that happen. It's
Right.
not a consultant. So
so people
so that was part of what I was saying,
Thank
is
you,
like.
yes. We had a
Do you really
blast
want to pay
talking
for
about
lots of
this.
meetings that have 10 people at them, or do you want to,
That's a very good point.
you guys get out there and hit the
Yes.
ground and get people to respond?
And that happens,
Yeah.
right, Dave?
Dennis, did you have a comment?
I'd like to see too, in that, you know, too often, I mean, people's lives today are so busy, and too often they have something and they miss that 1 meeting. They're done. Well, at least if you give them a second chance, you know, maybe they're still busy, but at least it's an opportunity. If something arises where they can't make the first or the second, they can at least do 1 meeting.
Yep, that makes sense.
Thank you.
I completely agree about the 2 meetings. On that same point, I wanted to suggest another, that same bullet point, I wanted to suggest another edit. In the second line, which now reads, the process to gather input from the public, et cetera, I would like to add the process to inform the public about the CPA and gather input.
Great, John.
I thought of that too.
2 for 2.
John, you're an all-star, babe. Form the public and gather.
inform the public about the CPA and to gather input, et cetera.
Okay, about CPA. I need to be dictating this. At the CPA and gather. Great. That one I could get down. Mark, I had trouble getting the job, trying those two. Okay,
Better get it down because if she has to transcribe.
Okay, any more edits on page
we'll
2?
get it
Yeah.
down. We will give her the transcription for this. We'll give her the real document.
On the
Okay,
last bullet,
Are we done with this? Are,
One down the end.
we're one down again? Which bullet are we on now, folks?
that says, the one that says, starts with consider other creative. The last
Very
bullet on
bottom.
that.
Oh, yes.
Last bullet, page 2.
Because I don't quite understand what,
Last bullet page? Oh, I'm looking at a different thing. Sorry, I
It's the
apologize.
last bullet on number 1.
Yes, I know. I'm looking at two different things. Sorry.
okay.
Yes,
I suggest we might use the following language. Propose to the CP committee for approval a work plan for creative methods to garner community input such as focus groups, community events, public posters and banners, workshops, and targeted activities to reach the diverse populations in Watertown. Upon committee approval, implement the work plan.
okay. Mark, number one, could you pull the mic a little bit closer to you, because I'm having a little trouble. And
Okay.
I did get an edit from Susan on this, who had said identify other creative methods, but, okay, have you written that down, what you're suggesting already? Could you repeat what you
Sure.
suggested?
You could also just say include, I just want to clarify that they're going to have a whole scope of work that they are going to submit with their budget, and that's what you're approving, so this is part of it. So you're just giving them guidance that you'd like to see, considering other creative options. So whether it's consider or
Identify.
include or identify, it's like, no, you don't want the boring old just meaning with
Right.
no innovation. And so these are some suggestions. They may have 20 other suggestions that you never thought of, or any of us has. So I guess I just wanted to make sure that we remember that this is just giving them guidance on what we want them to give to you to then approve.
Okay.
So like putting in the language there, we're not saying you need to do this and approve it before us. We want to know what they're going to do before you've finalized that final set of deliverables.
So would this be okay? I just want to go back. Identify other creative methods to garner community input, such as focus groups, community events, public posters and banners, workshops, and targeted activity to reach diverse populations in Watertown? I couldn't quite hear what you had written, Mark, so I apologize.
I think I want something more directive. I think maybe a word like propose would be a better word rather than consider.
Well,
Rather
do you
than
like,
identify.
there's
I like what you
propose,
just read,
there's
identify.
Propose, identify, consider is the wrong word. Okay, I have no, so you prefer propose to identify? Propose. Okay,
I think either one's fine by me.
okay. And so is the rest of it okay,
The
or?
rest is fine, okay, it was Gideon sort of,
I know, but I know, you told me you have a lot of experience with scope of work, so I appreciate that you're really,
I think part of it was that I thought my understanding was the scope of work actually became the contract, so that's why I was getting much more specific.
Yeah,
okay.
it's a bit
well,
loose when
Since
it's
I couldn't quite hear the whole thing, is there something else that you said that we should include? Because I don't know if John got it all either.
didn't at
Okay,
all.
would you mind repeating it one more time, Mark? I'm sorry.
Well, do you want my original language or the?
Well, let's go with, start with propose.
But no, it's just proposed, that's it. He's striking out
Yeah.
consider and putting in the word propose.
Yeah.
No
Is that
more.
it? Okay,
You guys are good.
we're good? Okay,
move.
thank you. We are now on page 2.
I
I'm
have
not-
a
mine's-
comment
is
on
it
the
this
first
page?
bullet point.
Oh, 3. Oh, you're, okay. We're starting up at develop protocols and procedures. That's the next category.
Yes.
John?
I have a comment on the first bullet point, which now reads, develop a two-step eligibility application process, application forms, and a CPA eligibility matrix for reviewing, evaluating, and accepting grant applications. And I'm posing this as a question to the committee. Would it make sense to say they're subject to policies and/or guidance adopted by the CPC? Is it necessary to say that, or is that obvious?
I would think it'd be the opposite. They're developing this in coordination with you,
Yes.
and then that's allowing you to then create your policy documents. So I would think that it would be the opposite, that you're not going to come up with the guidance ahead of time. You're asking a very knowledgeable person who does this, or entity, to tell you what they think you should do, and then you decide whether that's appropriate. But that's just my gut.
I could accept that.
Okay, because for example, John, some communities say you need to have at least 2 sources of funding. You have to hit it 2, how do you call it, enhance 2 areas of the
I'm
town.
sure there'll be things like that,
That
whether
we're
it's
gonna
those or others that,
talk about.
that will want. It's just a question of whether we sort of prejudge it and say to the consultant, these are things we know we want, so do your design including those, or if we say to the consultant, give us your best shot, tell us what you think, and then we can go over it. And I think Gideon has a good point, that we want to get, that's why we're paying this person, to get their
Right.
advice. And
Best
so-
practices, and also, as you have said, we have a lot of money in the pot, and we don't want to be compared to a town that's spending $500,000 a year. We really want to have that meet.
Just to speak to this section here,
Yes,
there should be a caveat that they're developing all the drafts of all of these. You're going to review them,
Right.
and then they'll finalize it. But that would be a part of the
So-
deliverables. Like, unless this doesn't read this way,
we
to
could
develop
say,
protocols and, provide a draft document and a final,
okay,
version or whatever. But
so do we want to say develop draft documents regarding blah, 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 blah? Or
draft, you could put in parentheses, draft and, and an updated final one for the, but I think it's given that they're going to do that.
Do we want to use the word propose the way we just did in the previous bullet point? Propose a 2-step eligibility, et cetera?
Mark, can you hear us at this end?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the question was, do we want to use the word propose versus develop?
I don't have any problem with the word develop, actually.
I don't either, but,
I think it's fine this way.
Okay.
When you were saying that thing, I just thought of that.
Okay.
I think this, your question, and I think the resolution is.
so John, I
So-
just want to go back to you. If we say develop drafts of, and then colon, a 2-step eligibility application process, application forms, and would that be good?
So we're just putting in drafts of, and that's fine with me.
Okay,
No, I think it's, no, you want the final. I was saying, I think that it's a given that you get a draft
Right.
and a final, but when you don't have those words in your deliverables, you don't sometimes get that from your consultant.
so we're saying then getting develop a draft and
Well,
final?
I'm actually saying it for everything, not just this one section. So I was just saying, under section 2, you want develop draft and final protocols and procedures. Then it clarifies,
Okay, you're saying at the header, develop
yeah, because
draft
it's really for everything.
and final protocols and
Right?
procedures.
So when you provide them with comments,
Yes, got it.
yeah.
Thank you very much, I appreciate that.
That makes
Okay,
sense.
so,
Yeah.
and then we have develop a workshop. Are there any other questions under the?
I just wasn't sure what this second bullet, develop workshop framework, meant. What does that mean? Develop a workshop framework?
Well, okay, again, in the things that I've seen for people, there's a workshop, as Mark was alluding to, or was it John now, about going out into the community to talk about the CPA. Let's say we take our roadshow out. Our consultant may be doing 2 formal meetings, but maybe we go out, decide as a team of us are going to go to each district, which each counselor to get them juiced up. So we have a framework of the key things that need to be discussed in that, or a little presentation. Like Stuart comes in and does his dog and
It's like a
pony show.
toolbox,
Like a what?
like a toolbox.
Like a
Okay.
toolbox, and then, let's say we hire somebody eventually, God
It
hope,
should be a toolbox.
but that person might have a framework for the workshop they do, and we're now gonna take in applications. Everybody needs to go through a workshop before they can put an application in, to understand this process that they will be going for. Cuts out a lot of work of having to do umpteen individual meetings. You want to
So
apply.
you have a PowerPoint already
Yes,
prepared?
PowerPoint
I see.
prepared.
Okay, I got it.
These are the steps you go through. Here's the pre-application, so that you have
Okay.
that.
It may need a little more clarification,
Okay.
that,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I didn't know what that meant, and
All right.
I'm
Yeah,
in this business.
I had the
of-
same problem. I was suggesting develop workshop program, but I'm not sure if
Okay.
Yeah,
that's the right
better.
word either, but.
That's fine. To develop workshop program. Anything else under that?
Want the toolbox too?
I like the toolbox.
I like the toolbox
Program and toolbox?
program.
Yeah.
That's good, I like that.
Yeah,
Because basically you're trying to give, we want to have a crate and
yeah, yeah.
I give you guys leeway to revamp that paragraph, to
They're
make that
not going
clear.
to do this, don't keep saying that. They
Got
can't
it.
do this
Oh,
work.
okay.
We have to do
did.
this.
Oh, okay.
That's why I'm really.
Okay, I
Okay.
give you the authority.
Thank you. Okay.
If there's
I've
any,
got John,
if there's
so-
any typos or tweaks while we're doing the final review, thank you for the authority.
Okay, so, anything else on that particular, in the,
Not on that bullet, but in
Next
the
bullet?
fourth
I
bullet.
have something still on that bullet, I'm sorry to keep circling on this. And I don't care how the word, to me, to assist community members in understanding seems a little vague, and yet in my mind, it's something where we go out into the community. Can we remain vague and just kind of leave it as something that will be developed later into a program or a dog and pony show?
but if you read to develop a workshop programming toolbox to assist community members in understanding the CPA funding guidelines, we could
To
take.
be used for community, not just just community,
How about to,
Applicants,
how about to inform
Yeah, to
community
inform,
members
yeah.
in, or,
Yes.
I don't know
I like
how.
to inform.
Of CPA.
And then inform and.
and rather than to assist, to inform community.
Because what the confusing part is, now that I know that it's us, that Elodia wants to go use this
no.
workshop, that is what was confusing to me.
Or staff.
it could, if we have a staff person, but if we don't,
Okay, no, that's fine.
we have to get to the next thing, but.
No, that's
all right,
fine.
so
I
let's-
just, now I understand completely.
Develop a workshop, program, and toolbox
And
to inform
toolbox.
the community in understanding the CPA funding guideline.
Yeah.
Good.
That's good.
To inform the community, to inform,
It's just striking assist and put inform and make make it grammatically correct.
And I struck members because it's
struck
the
members,
community
yeah.
and members of this. it's just
Okay.
community
wait,
is
wait,
better.
wait, we're too many talking, I'm trying to do this. Develop a workshop program and toolbox to inform community members.
No, the community.
Delete members.
Just the community, to
Okay,
inform
it's
the community
okay, inform the community
about the
about,
CPA funding.
about the CPA funding guidelines,
And the rest is the same.
procedural rules, the funding application process and the
Rest
review.
can stand.
Right, okay, great, there was an extra and, we could, I'd take that out. Okay, great, thank you. Next line,
Or any other comments on this page?
I'm a little unclear about what develop brand marketing means, not being, it's,
brand marketing, well, this comes out of my sales and marketing
Logo.
background, is your reason for being. We are here to enhance our community with these additional funds in the areas of blah, blah, blah. And then when you're doing the marketing, those are the strategies and the tasks that you do to get the word out there. We can strike this, but I was
It's also
thinking,
like your logo and.
Yeah, I was
Logo.
just gonna say, it
That's
can be
all
your
the stuff to
logo.
help
all
people
that stuff.
understand.
Do we run a contest, for example, at the high school to have them develop a logo for the Community Preservation Committee, that we can do a banner at Fair on the Square every year, or have that at the farmer's market, or all these kinds of things, or we're gonna post things around town, or we put a bulletin in. We constantly have that image in front of people that the association is there. Our town does a terrible job at this. You know, it's really, it's
How
just not,
about-
it's not, well, we don't have a communications person in town. Go look at Somerville's website. They're hot on
So-
this thing.
And their 30-person planning department.
Oh, the DPW has a great logo. They really do. Wake
So,
up.
Elodia? How about graphic marketing material instead of brand, or do you prefer brand?
No,
So when,
I am open to anything. I just
This
give
is
you the
good.
context.
I know what Gideon's gonna say. We're getting too nitpicky because this is an RFQ. So is
well,
that what
there's
you're?
that also, and I also noticed that the one thing that I think is really important when you're talking about brand is, we actually didn't say we want them to build our website, create the actual content. I don't think, am I missing it? You know, it's like, how many times you look at this thing, the scope of work? Yeah, I would think that you would want the consultant to at least create
Did we
the,
drop that somehow?
Yeah.
Man. Oh, no, it's in there. Develop brand marketing, CP content templates for social
Templates.
media
The
outreach,
website.
annual report,
Templates.
and the website.
templates.
Okay.
No content.
Okay, so, and so we can say and website content? Is that enough?
It's almost like it should be its own bullet.
Own, okay, you want an own bullet?
For the website?
I don't know, it's really important.
What?
A website could be one of the more.
I would think that once we have a staff person, that staff person would make the
Well,
updates.
I guess it depends on how polished you want your website.
Oh, okay.
Can I ask a general question about this? Given that there's reportedly a very small pool of people who would qualify here, does anybody know if that small pool of people typically do this kind of marketing work?
They can, yes.
Design? Okay.
They can.
Fine.
This is going to be very attractive to these consultants because we're giving a lot of opportunity for creativity here. And I don't know if you had the opportunity to look at that Chelsea stuff of some of the really cool stuff they did. So
I figured out how, if you have the word content and templates, so that's, because really the website needs to be short,
Okay.
brief, and to the point. It comes out of the plan, it comes out of all the content that's being created. They're creating all the applications, you're right, and then the staff person can put it together, but you don't, a staff person won't necessarily have the way to create the nice initial base for your webpage, and they're already here doing it, so that they'll just create the content, you copy and paste it into whatever
So
website you have.
we're saying
so.
then develop brand marketing and CPC content and templates
Yeah.
for social media outreach, annual report, and the website. They may bring in a designer with them, John, to do a portion of that. Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to
Jason.
actually just clarify on that, because website design can be very basic, or it can be very graphically intensive, and
We have to
just want to be
decide.
careful about, we're not expecting them to, we don't need to hire somebody who has like a graphic design degree or something like that, and if that's what we want, that may not be the right person to do the.
But I think we can
Website
ask,
design.
and then we can get some of that feedback. In 2014, I did an overview looking at, because the condition of our website really bothers me in town greatly, and I spoke to Somerville, and I talked to they use an independent service because we have so much talent in the Boston area, and the instant translation, all these things, it's phenomenal. I'd be happy to find that memo and send it to all of you, but, I put these things in because this is what we're going to need. And the consultant may come back and say, I can do everything but, and then we have to then recalibrate and say, how are we going to do this portion? But I know they do consult around those issues, so.
And to speak to the website, you can use our base website and substantially tweak it, but it's still really fixed and easy. It's plug and play. It's designed so the staff could update it on a regular basis.
So we're really talking about
If
content,
that's-
not graphic.
It depends on your next agenda item and whether you have a,
Well, just think about the town, if you go to the main town website,
Yep.
you know what it looks like.
On
Then
it
click
right
on
now.
DPW, it's totally different. Then click on rec, totally different.
The
Look at the
library,
library website, fabulous. So just think about that imagery in your head. I'd like to go lean towards the library website in terms of,
I'm gonna look it
design.
up right now.
Just my own, I'm giving all my bias here.
So a question, if I may. So a consultant whose expertise is not particularly this, is more about community participation and knows the CPA inside and out, they might, for this project, want to bring in a sub-consultant as part of their team. So this could work.
Could work.
Okay, all right.
And Jason brings up a good point, though. I don't know, I'm a little wondering if we should walk first before we run, like maybe make that a little softer, but I'm fine with like develop a logo and
it's
some
simple.
content.
It can be, this could be a very simple first step. Because it's developed the brand marketing, which is, like you're branding it, instead of using the town seal, you're using something else, and you're creating a little, and then you have like a template for Word documents, so that when you put out your agendas, you have that same, it's a straightforward thing that they could, and if they can't do it, they just won't do it.
Okay.
The consultant.
As long
will.
as it's clear that it's not necessarily creating a whole website. I
Right.
do really feel like that's a niche
Yeah.
specialty that doesn't necessarily,
Yeah.
and we could always add it on, if we could ask them, especially later, could you partner with somebody? But I think could,
It's more the content to me than, because, I mean, especially if they use one of the town templates and
that sounds good. Okay,
Is that
I
okay?
understand.
And actually, just to go back to a comment that Dennis made a little while ago, just about whether if we're going with an RFP as opposed to an RFQ, setting like a not-to-exceed amount or a cap or whatever the
We're
conversation
going,
was.
yeah,
Is
but we're
that-
going with RFQ.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I think not putting a cap or a suggested amount is probably the way to go, because that way, if somebody really has some ideas about developing a very fancy website, then their price would be sort of like,
Out of range.
probably, or just more than maybe somebody else
Right.
would. So I don't want to, I'd rather not have a number that people are working towards or trying to hit like just $1 below that. I think we want to evaluate it.
I mean, you guys will have to vote on this at the end, but the expectation and the way this is written is for an RFQ. So I hope that,
Right.
I mean, if you want to go down the RFP, we would have to make sure that some of these, I think it will work either way, but you're right, that bullet is way too vague.
For an RFP, right. But we've already agreed that we're doing the RFQ route anyway, right? So that's kind of a moot point.
Okay. Is this enough for this particular area that we've got?
I just have one question on the fourth bullet.
Yep.
It says, develop a calendar and process diagram for the CP process. Was that supposed to be CPA or CPC?
Where are we at? Which?
Okay, so
I'm
under
sorry.
develop protocols and procedures.
Next to last
the
bullet
fourth
I think it is
bullet
Number 2.
should CP, the first line, that says, develop a calendar and process diagram for the CP. Is CP intended to be CPA there, or?
It's for the, it's for proposals.
Develop a
So-
calendar?
Or maybe it should,
It's the fourth bullet down.
CP.
You got it?
Yep, thank you, Dennis.
just whatever that should be, maybe it should be stricken CP, or it should be CPC or CPA? That's all.
It should probably just be stricken, because if you put CPA, then it's Community Preservation Act.
Yeah, that's the act.
So
Do a
just,
calendar and
CPC.
for the proposal process, you're correct, Maria.
so just strike CP?
Yes.
Okay.
So develop a calendar and process diagram for the proposal process in line with the annual budget for the town,
Okay.
okay? All righty. How about number 3?
I have something at the end of number 3, so.
Okay, any questions along number 3? John has a question at the end, but so, do you want to shoot with your question, John, and we'll see something
I-
else?
I think Mark
Okay,
might have
Mark's got
something
one?
before that.
I noticed that this mostly follows what the Chelsea CPA plan has, and I'm not sure we really want to dictate what the outline of their plan report should be, or do we? It's sort of an open question
This
to
was
me.
similar to Holyoke. It was similar to other plans that I looked at in terms of structuring. Most of them go through this description, the overview of the particular community, the composition. Those are all kind of standard things in the overall plan. The eligibility matrix, Newton does a really good one that's a bit more
Yeah.
detailed.
We did have in the top plan outline draft.
Yeah.
So if the consultant feels that there's something better or a different order,
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if that calls it out enough, but I think that could be negotiable too. Just to speak to, to speak to the question, I think that the word, plan outline and draft is just suggesting this is generally what we're hoping to
Looking
see.
for.
Or we don't want to forget what we need to have.
What we need to have.
Yeah.
'Cause
Or
we
wanna
need-
have.
We need the information about the different areas in town, those specific areas. John?
Okay, thank you. First, before I forget, I just want to say that I think, in general, this is a terrific piece of work, and I just want to thank, if it's the chair and Gideon put this together.
You also helped, so
I don't mean to compliment myself, but, so I think.
I'll compliment you.
Okay. At the end of this, item number 3, I wonder if we might add, as an item J, recommendations to the CPC regarding annual updating, or annual updating of the plan, just to get this consultant's suggestions about when you update it, you're going to need to update this and this, but not these sections. So, just
Great idea.
That sounds good.
Recommendations to the CPC regarding the annual update of the plan? Is that-
Yes.
Process or content?
I would just say the annual updating of the plan and leave it at that, and
Annual plan update.
fine.
Recommendations to the CPC regarding the annual updating of the plan? Is that
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay, and now we're back to the required meetings, which again, I have that
I think we all agreed to,
two,
It's the magic number.
okay. Is
and,
ev-
and because it's an RFQ, you could always add later if we find that that's
Okay.
insufficient.
Right.
You know, then there is another public meeting after the draft is completed to obtain commentary.
Excuse me, Elodie, I
Sure.
had an earlier comment
Sure,
in
John.
this section 4. At the first bullet point, do we want to explicitly say, in addition to the initial meeting to discuss general requirements of the plan, do we also want to have an initial meeting with the CPC regarding the application process? So there's a meeting with us about the plan, and then a meeting with us about the application process.
That's a good idea. Now we're adding another meeting, but
Well,
that's okay.
it already says ongoing meetings is determined. So, I mean, I would imagine that the consultant will be coming to every CPC meeting during the process, the reality.
Fired.
Because it's not that long of a process, and it'll give you, or maybe not everyone, but like, they're going to be providing you updates. If you look at the timing of this, it's pretty much, I don't know,
Aggressive, right?
yeah. But you're,
Well,
so
I would still propose to add that, I guess, before the phrase ongoing meetings as determined.
Would you repeat that, John? I
Yeah.
think I like your specificity and that lays out our expectations. An initial meeting with the CPC to discuss general requirements of the plan, and then,
Period. Additional initial meeting with the CPC regarding the application process.
are you saying you want to do this before you've started the planning process?
I want to do it before we start the application process.
So,
and-
I mean, my gut, I like to have things in order. My gut would be that you would be looking at the draft plan, then looking at the application process, then
Yep.
finalizing the plan. That's my gut, and
Well,
I'm just
I
bringing
would
it
be fine
up.
with having it as a,
Process.
calling it out separately, but, either way.
well, so no, I'm suggesting if
He's
you're going
saying
to put
that
a
it would be-
bullet, you bring it down to the bottom, because that's where you would actually want to talk about the application. 1, 2, 3, 4.
It'd be-
After 4.
Leo's adding sections.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that
Well,
too. After the plan
isn't
is
this under
finalized.
required meetings? I mean.
Yes,
so
these are required
This would be a
meetings.
required meeting, and, we're not,
Yeah.
we're not saying,
So all I was, I think it's a good idea. I was just suggesting that my gut from order, it's the last thing or the second to last thing, not the first thing.
I
That-
think it's okay, though, where it is, where Jonathan suggested. I mean, you're right, it's going to not happen in that order.
So then why not, everything else is in the right order, so why not?
Sure.
Yeah.
Or a six bullet.
Six bullet, and it would be community.
I think I'm a little bit more with John, and I think we would want to have that meeting earlier than later, because by the time we get to review the final plan, we'd also like to know the application process. So I think it should become sooner than that.
Why not
Yes.
just consider, maybe it'll end up being part of the discussion during, then, I don't know, if you're talking about yeah, maybe you do want to talk at the beginning then. It just seems like you're jumping into the application before you've,
I don't think it just means that before they start working on that, even if it is in the first bullet, I think that they can
Okay.
figure that out, but I mean, I could be wrong.
additional meeting,
Well, then it would just be a second bullet after the first. The meeting to meet the general requirements, then the next would be,
application
should it be
process.
a meeting regarding this, with the CPC regarding the application process?
Or how about something like additional meetings with the CPC to discuss progress of the plan and the application process? Because like, if you're thinking they're gonna come to every meeting,
Yeah, we'll see what they, or like every other meeting, or they'll have special meetings. I could see.
Okay, I just need to know where we're putting this and what we're saying.
I guess then, well, now we're getting specific again, and it's like, oh yeah, it's an outline, so. Additional meetings to discuss plan progress and to discuss application process.
I'll leave it to you
I
guys.
saw the wrinkle in his forehead.
Yeah, I mean, we're, just to step back, we're trying to describe the required meetings, okay? So we're saying there's an initial meeting about the requirements of the plan. I'm proposing anyway, an initial meeting, a separate initial meeting about the application process. Then the next point is 2 community meetings for input into the plan. And I was waiting to propose that there also be a public meeting about the application process that's not about the plan, but to,
You're starting to rack up the dollars here.
well, I understand,
wouldn't the
but
plan-
don't we,
Having an application
You could-
process for them to have input into the application process doesn't make sense to me.
You would
John.
just combine these meetings. If I was a consultant and I was planning a meeting, I would just have a component of it talk about the application process. I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't want to have a whole separate meeting. I mean, I understand that if you want to give them guidance on, they're going to propose that the application process be X and it's going to be in the plan.
John, would you be happy if we highlighted that in an initial meeting with the CPC to discuss general requirements of the plan and a 2-step application process? We have it further back of what our expectations
well,
are.
yeah, I mean, this section is a little redundant, but it's sort of calling out the meetings that the person's going to be expected to attend.
Yes.
Yeah, this is so
I
the.
would be fine
budgeting.
with, if we just talk about to discuss the general requirements of the plan and the application process.
Yeah,
Just so
okay.
that,
I think if you add that in, that's fine.
Okay, so we're going to keep it as that bullet and just add in "and the application process."
Sounds good.
That makes sense.
Okay.
and then I had a separate comment, if I can.
Yeah, go right ahead, John.
So we're talking about the person attending these 2 community meetings for input into the plan. My question is, when we have adopted an application process, do we want this consultant to attend a meeting at which we and the consultant, however it's done, explain the application process? I would assume that we will want to explain the application process to the public. I think we said before that we would be doing that. So do we want to have this consultant attend that meeting, or is that not so important?
The way I have thought about this was that we're getting the plan together, we will have an application process together. Once we have that so-called workshop framework that we're talking about, if we have a staff person, we would be maybe working with that staff person to do some of those workshops together as a team. If we don't have a staff person, we might have the consultant go through 1 or 2, but we're going to have that framework thing there to be able to do these things. I mean, we have a lot of
Yeah, I can see
unknowns
that.
right
I
now,
can see
you know
that.
what I
Okay.
mean?
And as Gideon points out, each of these meetings is a cost item, so.
I mean, the other option, I mean, the other, not option, but as this goes on, individuals that actually have project ideas, what you're trying to do is get them to come to the staff so they can bounce it off whoever that staff person is. And then that staff person can help them, and they'll have this toolbox in place
okay.
too.
Or-
So I
or-
could see like one-on-one or like groups
Yeah.
where you bring
Like-
it to,
All right,
Once we have our plan, once we're doing this rough draft plan, it's the idea to get the community to come in and say, here's the plan, this is the information we got around affordable housing, this is the information we got around historical preservation, this is the information we got around open space. Do
And
you
there-
have any feedback? What do you hear in this plan, your concerns, issues? Do you have anything to add?
and there is number 6, ongoing consulting services is needed to implement the program, which allows you, if you decide you want to have a community workshop to train people from
We
the
can add that
public,
in.
that would be exactly where, that's why that's in there.
So I could take on ongoing,
Eileen's suggestion.
excuse me, everybody, on the first bullet under required meetings, should we take out ongoing meetings as determined? Because we have that final thing as ongoing consulting services? Because I'm hearing what John is saying, and he's right. We should be very specific that right now we're expecting at least 1, 3, 4, 5, 6 meetings. That's the total.
I was going to suggest maybe putting a progress, I mean, instead of saying ongoing meetings as determined, which is vague, specify a
Progress
progress meeting or progress reports, quarterly or monthly or how, well, no, you don't want to, that will add to the cost of the project. I don't know, it's just something to think about. If you wanted to have them meet before, you're going to want to have one more meeting before you have your meetings with the public. So there's going to be at least one more meeting between the initial meeting and your community meeting.
So usually you have the consultant develop a public participation plan, and it's a schedule, and it shows when the meetings are and when they're going to, so they're going to say, I can't have a meeting after 1 month, and it's going to take me 3 months, and I don't want to come to your meetings because I'm going to just be going from the first meeting and I'm working on the content or whatever.
Yeah.
So they're going to tell us what they think as well, from that perspective, but, like.
So to
it's-
answer your question, you can strike ongoing meetings if
Okay,
that's what you
so
feel.
right now what I have under this category then, an initial meeting with the CPC to discuss general requirements of the plan and the application process. That is that top first bullet. Is that okay? All right, and then all the bullets, other bullets stand. Then we have the final plan comment, and then we have ongoing consulting services, and then there is the submittal requirements.
Sorry, I had a point on number 5. And
Number
I see,
5?
I see Mark has
Oh,
something.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
okay,
On 5, I think sort of we need to reference against the survey results and the other public input methods that you wanted back in section 2, I think.
that incorporates the,
So incorporates the results from the online survey and other community input methods used, and other community input methods utilized.
the online
Well, that's-
survey. and
Results.
Other community,
From the community meetings and the online survey?
well, they're going to
Community
be
input.
talking to the boards, the commissions, the.
No, you wanted them to come up with some creative ways to reach out to the public. And some of those are going to result in comments and suggestions, and you want to make sure that the plan actually incorporates those.
Okay,
But you'd want the draft plan to incorporate them as well, right?
I think you probably would, yes.
So, I mean, it's in the outline. I would suggest that the plan outline would suggest that you're incorporating the previous section.
Okay, that could be.
You would want to incorporate the surveys, all the public comments. I mean, it's part
well,
of
we
planning.
could just say a public meeting with the CPC to review the draft plan, incorporating all public input.
That's good.
I mean, pardon me?
Yes.
Right. Right.
So the plan outline doesn't have the appendices of all the public process, but it's a required component of planning to have that, and then they take those, and that's what they base their initial draft plan to you on. I mean, it's really the heart of what the plan is, talking from a planner's perspective on that. So I agree with you, but I also think it's redundant.
Come earlier.
Redundant. It's like, it is really the basis.
Yep.
It's like the planning documents plus the public process.
Right. So is number 5 standing as is then?
I want to suggest a different change to number 5.
Okay, go ahead, John.
So it says the selected consultant shall submit the final plan. Do we want to say including application documents, or is that understood that the plan includes the application documents?
See, does the outline say it? Number F of the plan outline says application guidelines and process.
Who's that, yeah.
Yes, okay, fine. Comment withdrawn.
It's a lot to go through, John. Okay. So is 5 standing as is then, my friends?
This also doesn't have the deliverables of like how many copies of each thing and all that
Right.
stuff. But that's a detail that you work
We
out.
really wanted to get to the scope that you felt that the work was there, clearly delineated, and then the submittal requirements are, you know, the narrative. I had a question on number C, dates and summaries of previous community preservation plans completed by the consultant, you know, within the last 5 years. Some places I saw they asked for within the last 3 years. Work sample.
So because there'd been such a lag in time when communities, like there was a whole bunch, like in Newton where I work, when it first was allowed by state law, and then there was sort of a bit of a lag, and like not a lot were done. So I think it wouldn't, I don't think it makes sense to say within a certain number of years.
Okay.
Because of
I
the
agree.
type of plan that this is. If it
Okay.
was something that was done regularly by many communities, then,
Okay. Great,
and then
Maria, I
I,
appreciate that.
and then do you want a work sample? In my experience with RFQs, I don't think we necessarily need it because a consultant will typically provide a list of relevant projects
That's fine.
and then you or us
Links.
can then go and
Right.
look and see what was the one they did for that. So I don't think it's necessary for that question there.
They could submit, oftentimes they actually submit links or
Links.
or a thumb drive or a CD, so that you don't have to go find them either.
Right, don't
which-
find it, because I will tell you, in looking at so many communities, I try to click on a link and they're all dead. It drives me crazy. Newton has a lot of dead links, by the way. Then, okay,
I have a
so,
comment on E. if we're ready
well,
for it.
D says examples of previous experience with CPA application process. Is that, you want to let that stand? Again, that's work samples that they could provide on a thumb drive or as a link. But I know this is an important thing, so is that okay? Just go, John, go ahead, E, you said?
In E, a description of how proposer will achieve the public outreach process with, I wanted to suggest inserting the general public, comma, and then go on to the stakeholders, town officials, and coordination with city officials. I'm not sure what that means, but
Public, comma, stakeholders, town official, and coordination with city officials, fine with me.
Is it redundant to say town officials in coordination with city officials?
Yeah, because we don't have any city officials.
All right, excuse me, well, town, okay, sorry, town officials. Or we could just say proposer will achieve a public outreach process with the general public, stakeholders, and town officials, period, correct?
Even the word officials is a funny word to me, but
Right, but town, what, you have?
staff, or, is it
No,
staff
it's
or
not
is it?
just staff. We
Well, I
also
know, I
have-
don't know what you mean by officials, because,
Well,
you
there's
mean the-
staff, and then there's the counselors, so. Suggestions?
Staff sounds good.
with the town. Big T.
Yeah.
With town officials and staff?
That's fine, town officials is fine.
Town officials and staff, okay.
The next one looks fine, what you corrected or somebody corrected there for F.
Proposed schedule and delivery for completing the scope of work.
I think G and D are the same to me, examples of
How is
previous.
yours missing? Because mine is on here. I have G, 3 references from projects.
Yeah, that's what mine says too.
There was track changes on,
D and
when you
G's,
sent out. I accepted the changes in mine.
I have all the changes on mine, so I don't know what's happening here. Well, Gideon and I had a lot of difficulty going back and forth between our computers. I'm sorry.
See my G?
Apologize for that.
It's all
So,
right.
because I have it on all my
I
Gs,
just think I
so.
don't have it.
Okay, I just want to point out that we're at 8:48, so I apologize. I really would love if we could just go through this, but
We're getting there. Don't rush.
G reads on my, for complete, okay, it
3
reads 3
references.
references from projects or previous professional experience of similar scope.
I just think that sounds exactly the same as D, so I would use one or the other.
D says
No,
example.
D is around the application process.
Oh, okay.
This, now we're looking for references for where
Names
they've
of
worked.
people, right?
Background.
Pardon me?
the-
You're looking for names of people?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a better way to say that, you think, Susan?
Well,
Be
that's how
professional
I,
reference. It's good the way, that's the standard language.
I think
I think it's
references
fine.
is
I
fine.
think the way it's written is completely fine, because the word professional is used later in the sentence.
Done, okay, thank you.
Okay, done. Any, H?
H, it says, in case it's missing on your thing, mine says, any other information that the applicant considers relevant for the purpose of evaluating his, her, the qualifications for the project. It's not, shouldn't be its. Their qualification.
Yep, that sounds good.
No, applicant,
Mark,
no, fine.
you're making noise over there, so we want to know what the noise is about.
I think it's perfectly fine.
Okay, it is, okay,
It refers back to applicant.
okay.
I have eyes, say.
Okay, so then the minimum qualifications,
Out.
is there a comment, Dennis? 'Cause-
No.
Okay,
Keep going.
okay, we have the minimum qualifications, and then this was our timeline. If we could get this to Raylene by tomorrow, which I'm not sure that we can, given I need John's help in getting a little bit of the language and doing the draft, and I certainly would want to review this with one person before that. She could get it published in the newspaper by June 28th, which would be released to the public, which means it goes out to all these places where they know that we're looking for somebody. July 1, we would have a deadline for the IFQ of July 24th. We would review our top candidates, which I don't think they're going to be numerous people, and we'd have to schedule the interviews, and the question is, would we want to pick an additional nights? If it would be great if we could get them all on the same time.
So August 15th is the third Thursday, so that's
Yes,
why
that
that
is our-
date's in there?
Regular meeting time. I don't know if all of you, I mean, Jason works, Maria Rose, you work.
won't be here.
You won't be here, Susan. So now we're getting to vacation time issues, and Bob works too, so the question is, could we, if we had to, let's say we had 3 candidates, could we get in here by 6:30 to do this interview process? I have a question of, do we need to go into executive session for that? Do we have an open process where people come in and do a presentation? That's what they did with the school committee, was an open process where each team of people came in and presented to the committee and the public. And then the committee asked questions. So, and from there, we would vote for our top candidate, proceed with the top candidate. I mean, the whole idea was to get them on board by mid-September.
And one question, I think, was, the assumption would be that the entire committee would want to have hold the initial interviews with, rather than choosing a subcommittee or some other
Well,
entity.
if we got 10 people, we would go through the evaluation process, a stricter evaluation process. If we get 3 in there.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to review that, and our goal would be to pick at the top 3. You know, so Raylene would look, and if their qualifications aren't coming up to the level.
Well, I think we want to be involved with that process too. I don't think the committee is going to sit back and say, well, we're
Oh,
not
so
going to have any input in that.
We were talking about the initial submittal of, if we got 50 people submitting, we would throw out the ones that don't qualify. So you're not reviewing every. Don't provide the minimum standards. If they don't meet the requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Then,
Please repeat that, because for the minutes, what Leo said.
if they don't meet the minimum standards or qualifications, then they will not be interviewed. You only are interviewing
Right,
the number that are qualified.
okay.
And where in this are those minimum qualifications?
Just above
Just
the
above that,
timeline?
John.
I see. Yes, thank you. Sorry.
May I, Madam Chair?
Yes, Dennis?
Question, Gideon. If we had a large number, could this committee go into executive session and weed out down to the 3 number? That's what we did.
I'll have to look, and I think that you can, but I have to check that executive session.
And I know in a previous board I served on, we did that, but we had told everyone, including the proposals, that we would pick 3, but we found that the difference between 2 and 3 was vast, and we didn't think it would have been fair to invite 3 in to spend at that time, $250,000 to $300,000 to compete. So we kept it at the two that were much more ahead than the proposal than number three. I'm just saying, we may not need to be dead set on three.
No,
Yeah.
and Raylene, I mean, she said ideally there'd be three for her purposes, but she understands that in a specialty area like this, there may only be two qualified consultants.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
So a question that I have, and I'm not sure I'm going to frame it correctly. So if we do these edits, would you all vote to move forward of giving this to Raylene to construct the advertisement for this particular consulting position? Or do you want to meet one more time? I would prefer then to meet sooner than later, have an extra meeting, even if it's for a half an hour to meet to vote on this. I'm looking for some guidance on this issue. Because if we are going to postpone this till July, just saying, we just keep pushing everything out.
Well, let's see if we can get a vote on this now.
Okay? And
I move that we vote and approve the scope of work with the changes.
Before, I still have a
Okay.
question about
Okay,
what
sure,
we're
John.
doing. This is, first is a comment about the minimum qualifications. I'm not proposing we change anything, just that perhaps because we're a new committee, or at least I'm new to this.
Okay, come a little bit closer, John, because I know I had trouble hearing you on one of the things. And
Okay.
Dennis is mumbling over here, so I've got like thunder.
My comment is just that a number of the minimum qualifications are quite subjective. It may turn out that there are very few people, and so there's just no issue here. But I just want to sort of go on record as saying that I am sensitive to having someone other than this committee do a crucial winnowing down of what we get to see. But we'll see how that plays out. So I just wanted to say that. And my question about the timeline, it seems to me it's very aggressive. I take it we're not sort of bound to this timeline. This is aspirational. It's what we're going to try to do. Okay, thank you.
And I totally agree with you, because we did have some discussion about this, and I said very clearly this committee is going to be involved in this winnowing and vetting of this issue. And if you will trust the fact that we're going to be involved and you're willing to go forward with this, because you know me well enough, John, we are going to be involved. Whether, if we can't all meet, that we set up a subcommittee of 3, let's say, to go in and look at this information, so that we go in and say, I think we all trust each other here, that we would go in and say, okay, folks, we looked at this, and these are the people we came up with, and we might, if we get 40, we might go down to 10 of the top, and there's a matrix we can use for that, but
Well, I'm reserving judgment on that, and it may turn out that there are so few applicants that it's just not an issue.
It's
So
not an
I don't want to
issue?
make an issue of it now.
okay.
May I, Madam Chair?
Dennis?
I'd like to suggest that maybe we wait till the whole thing is printed and we vote on it at the next meeting, only because, you know, you have a lot of things going on in July and August, and not everyone is going to be here. The people will be on vacation. I think 1 month delay to the schedule will not hurt us that badly, seeing this is the most critical part that we're coming upon. And I don't think the 1 month delay, so the final contract is October 3rd and rather than September,
Just to
really that critical.
Just to clarify, I'm not saying that, I'm not just, what this timeframe is the absolute tightest possible timeline where you could, so if we got something in the paper on that day, then you just barely could hit all of these marks. So if
Right.
any one of these things falls even a week,
It
you
all
won't-
slips down.
Everything slips down. So you could, if you felt comfortable with us moving forward with this, I don't think you're going to be able to have the interviews on August 15th anyways. It sounds like it's already slipped. Like, you're going to be looking at the end of August or sometime in September for the actual interviews, because you want to have the members here, right? And so, I mean, it's the
That's
reality.
the point I was making.
Yeah, but I guess my point is that all these other things are tight, so, I mean, I don't think I'm going to be, we can put it off by a week, but if we put it off and have the legal, the day after you have your third Thursday meeting, then that pushes everything to that same tight time frame, but a month plus out, and we will probably slip again.
All right, I just want to say something, Gideon. Part of what this tight timeframe was about was the pressure that I was feeling from some members, breathing down my neck, saying, we got to get out of the gate. And this was really looking at a tight timeframe to say, so I worked really hard on the scope and really putting everything into that. It was crystal clear of what we were looking for. I have no problem if the committee says we want to see a completed, updated draft of this before we vote. I can maybe turn that around tomorrow, if not certainly by Monday, because I might have to consult with John about some of the tweaks. And if I send it out to everybody and everybody sends back, yes, well, then we've delayed it a week that we can move forward. But I really want every single member of this committee to feel totally comfortable with what's here. And the other portion of that is, because this goes back to Susan wanting to speak with David Russo, we have to decide how important that is, because this is pretty clean. It's not the,
I could get him to look at this tomorrow.
What she
Okay.
said is good. What she said was clean too, and I think.
okay, but she just wants to check with
Yeah.
David tomorrow, so we need that check-in, Maria?
I think, well, first off, I wanted to echo Jonathan's comment about this was a lot of work, and I appreciate that you did all of this and gathered this, and you too, Jonathan.
Gideon.
And Gideon, for whatever input you provided. This was really good. I didn't have a lot of comments, so it was really good. I think that on the time frame, I really am a little nervous about July requests for qualifications, because it is the summertime. I feel like a couple of things. One, I feel comfortable having you finalize it. I don't feel like I need to, and as long as you would,
Consult with Susan, and I will consult with John.
Yeah,
So
I think
those-
that would be fine, and
Okay.
and take the time that you need. If what I said at the last month's meeting about that, if we embark on this process, that we should just realize that this is gonna be 6 to 8 months, that's all I was saying. I don't want to rush this or shortchange the consultant, because then we'll get a poor product in the end. So I do think that you need to add some more time in here. Cities and towns are very, we often do this, we hurry up and then hurry up, and then we stall on things. So I think it would be worthwhile to build in some time frame in here, especially with, such quick turnarounds of August 29th to meet, and then September 3rd again. I just feel like add a little more fluff.
Slide in there, okay.
And I think that, that we want to have a good product, so we don't want to pin them up against the wall. There's a famous saying that you can have, you can pick 2 out of these 3 things when it comes to time, how quickly you need something done, and the quality.
And the money.
And the money. So you can't so we have to be careful of
Right,
how.
I appreciate that, Maria.
So that would be my suggestion. So I can make a motion about the.
I just have,
Okay.
I just had one thought about the schedule, the front end of the schedule, and that is the schedule in which the RFP goes out and is released to the public. And the reason I would prefer to see that happen sooner rather than later is I have a sneaking suspicion there are not going to be many candidates out there, 3 maybe if we're lucky. And I would hate to have one of them say they had just taken a job and they can't do our work. I'd rather get the information out sooner and let people know we're looking.
And let the other things
And
go,
let the
slide the
other
rest
things
of the
slide a
schedule
little
back
bit, perhaps.
more. Okay, because then we could,
Anything else to add?
I
Do you have
just
anything else to
I
add?
just
Nope,
penciled
that was
this,
it for
I
me.
just penciled something out where, the reality is, we can get it to the paper and not have the actual RFQ finalized because it's released on the, later. I just wanted to clarify that.
Say
But
that again?
It's the
me.
advertisement deadline is Monday for Friday.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why June 21st is the deadline to get it to the paper.
Mm-hmm.
It actually goes in the paper on a Friday, June 28th, in this scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's released to public the Monday after that, which is July 1st.
The scope of work is released then?
The
Well,
RFQ.
the RFQ.
RFQ, okay.
So the other thing is that we don't actually have the entire RFQ drafted. We're short, like, it's tough, because of the 4th of July, there's people taking vacations, and
Yeah.
so we have to get that. But the other point is, I even penciled this out, if we got the legal advertisement in next week instead of this week, part of this was to try to hit a regularly scheduled meeting of the CPC in August.
For the
which-
interview.
For interviewing. So some of that goes back. But your point of having it out there and advertised is really valid.
point.
It's like, and it can be out there longer. We only had it advertised for a short period of time because it's an RFQ. But if someone's gone or, misses it, then.
And people are going to be taking vacations as
So,
well.
so we could send it in the 28th instead of the 21st. It would be published on the July 5th in the paper. It would be released to the public July 8th, which is then when you send it out to the consultants are qualified for this type of stuff as well. So the, purchasing would do that
Oh, good, that was going to be one of my
as well.
questions.
No, they do that.
So we can send it to all
Directly.
the firms that we know are interested in this type of work as well.
Okay, good.
Question, Madam Chair.
Then it would be more like August 2nd for the deadline for the RFQ responses, or we could extend some of these pieces so that you have a bigger window
Yes.
to acknowledge that there's a holiday in the middle.
Yep.
And you're not going to hit the interviews in August, but you weren't going to anyways. It's probably going to have to be a special meeting.
September or a special meeting.
We were hoping that we could, this was my brainstorm with Raylene, was if we put the preferred date for having the interviews, the consultants would be able to put that on their calendars, because they're busy as well, right?
We could put our preferred date, though, for October then, to
Yeah.
give, so that we'd have the preferred date in there, and we'd have the rest of the room to slide around. Dennis has a comment to make?
I have a question, if I may.
Question.
Deadline for the RFQ is 3 weeks' time. And you include, and I know everything's going to be moved, but in this thing, you have released to the public July 1. Well, 4th of July, that week is gone, and yet, so now you have about less than 3 weeks for them to respond. Is that enough time for
Yeah,
the?
that's the beauty of, the RFQ is, the work is on the end, not the beginning. It takes the pressure off consultants who are qualified to have to put all that work into it at the beginning. So
Okay.
all they have to do is put together their qualifications, and we do ask for like a general, the one piece that takes a little bit of time is the proposed schedule and delivery for completing the scope of work. But that's still not, that's just basically a schedule, right?
And-
So it's a much easier ask.
And then the other issue is, like
But-
you maybe alluded to, was in this economy, I mean, you try and get a carpenter, a plumber, anybody to do work, everybody is busy, are they gonna have the time? I
Well,
mean,
that's what we're going to find out. So
Okay.
that's the other point, is that the longer we delay, if we have to then re-advertise, we are really much further back,
Okay, may I ask a question of
because
everybody?
we're back at the beginning.
If we're, excuse, Leo? Leo, you need to speak so that they can hear. I'm sorry, but I've got a lot of complaints about this.
Dennis, just so you know, when you get an RFP, and if you can't comply with that
Cute.
RFP, you write a comment back and say, I need more time, can you give me more time? And then it's up to the town to say, you want more time. So
can extend
if
it.
it's 3 weeks, and I say, oh, wow, we're swamped, we can't meet that time frame, you send a request back to the owner or the
Okay,
applicant.
thank you, Leo. Appreciate that.
You can extend it if you want.
So
And
may I
that's-
make a suggestion, because I'm listening to what people are saying, and also vacation times. We had the idea of doing interviews kind of in August 15th. Should we move that to September 15th, that we could say that that's when we'd like to do interviews, because people are back from vacations. That gives us some slide room in between the advertisement and all that, so that we'd have that interview there, and we take the rest of the schedule from there. Does that make, Jason, are you saying yes, or did you have a comment?
No, I agree.
Okay,
So it's September 19th.
whatever our meeting date would be.
Yep, that sounds good.
Okay, that gets us into the fall, back to school, everybody's off the beach. No,
Can I make one more request on that date? Look, it'd be nice if we can figure out if there's an alternate date, because we're trying to coordinate 9 members plus a candidate. So on
And
the off
that's,
chance.
is that the date for the interviews? The interviews would be September 19th.
Yeah.
Instead of August 15th, we're trying to say that we would put this in the detail that they're going to be getting, that we'd like to do interviews on the 19th, which is our regular scheduled meeting. We talked with Raylene, and Raylene said, could you come up with a second date? Because suppose somebody can't make, like when we were doing the school stuff, one team had a kind of a broken-down team because they had key people at another thing up in Marblehead. I mean, so do we want to have a secondary date?
Well,
Jason?
actually, I would suggest if we were to do it on a regular scheduled meeting, we're probably not going to get to anything else on
Right, no,
day.
that
So-
would be it.
So, well, but should we then maybe set up a separate
2 meetings?
meeting during that month so that one can be for regular business and the other one can be specific?
Great
for
idea,
interviews?
Jason. So I don't have
There's
my
no other
phone.
Business.
So we're talking about
Unless this is the
September
business.
19th?
We're at
Ah.
9:10, folks. I realize I'm keeping you later because you all like to be out at 9, but,
Don't worry about the time.
well, I'm
Just do
just
your
being
job.
considerate.
But either way, the chances, we will be very lucky if the consultants will be available on that date, and it's one of the reasons we're putting the preferred date in our schedule, so that the consultants who apply can pencil us in for that date. But if they're not available, we do have to have an alternate date, and the sooner we have that, we can put that in here too, which would even be better.
Do we
Like,
need to come
anyone
up with that
available?
date tonight?
Well, Alan's not here,
Yeah, so we have,
but if you guys have, like, Elodie asked about coming earlier, is that even a possibility?
Sure.
like on that day, could you come at 6:30, Jason?
Yeah, with advance notice, yeah.
With advance notice, so if we had to come in a
And-
little bit earlier,
Is that true for everybody?
Maria Rose and Bob? Not a problem, okay.
I
So,
mean, another option could be 4 to 6, and then we take a break
And then have a
run-
regular
And have our
meeting.
regular meeting. I don't know if it's doable for me. I don't know if it's doable for others.
so that's giving 1 hour for
Advance
each.
notice.
With advance notice, Jason says yes. That was an excellent idea. I love that idea. Thank you. Shall we try to plan on that?
So there's that, and then I'm still asking about an alternate date. So, like, next day's Friday. It's not the best day, but there's never any.
There's never any meetings on a Friday,
And
so,
then there's the next week, which is, you've got Monday, so there's things to think about there.
I certainly could do Friday, the following day, so we'd have it back-to-back days for
that's-
the interview.
The 19th, and then there's
Are we talking
Friday,
about a
20th.
daytime meeting or a?
Maria's suggestion is that we could have 2 meetings. If we could get the interviews, maybe one person can come in the afternoon and one in the evening, so we could interview somebody, chat about them, and then do some regular, we still have another whole job to look at.
Well, actually, that same night, the ideal situation would be that you have 1-hour interviews or whatever it is for each candidate. Then at the next stage, and this is where we have to find out if we want executive session, you actually make a decision late, after you have the
Yeah.
2 interviews, you make the discussion, you look at your criteria, you look at the questions, and you make that decision that same day, that same night, and then you vote on that. And that part is the one where it's like, is that part an executive session or not? Because
That we can still, we still have to do some work on, as John
just so, as
suggested,
far
our
as agenda
involvement
items
in
go,
looking
that's-
at the candidates and
I mean,
everything.
it could be the only agenda item,
Yeah.
I suppose, but, there may be other things we've identified at that point that we want to move on,
Yeah.
and if that takes up the whole time, then we've lost a month.
Right.
I don't know. There's a lot
Do
of ways
we-
to look at it.
Okay, let me ask this. Do we want to book Thursday, our regular meeting date, and Friday, the day after? I realize it's an
Yeah.
imposition for people, but we'd have
these would be placeholder dates, so.
placeholder dates that we could do not only the interviews, hopefully, and also do some of our other work. We have a whole other job to talk
And then
about.
to continue to be devil's advocate on this stuff, because been in the world of consulting, you also want to look at the next week. You have to figure out if there's a day the next week as an alternate date
Well, I'll
for
say
interviews.
personally, I know I won't be here the day after on Friday.
Okay,
But on the other hand, and just in general, I mean, I don't think we need all 9 of us here for the interview. I mean, I would say personally, I would be comfortable with that decision being made without me. I don't know if everyone agrees, but.
You mean for the
like-
interview and then the subsequent vote on which
Yeah.
candidate to pick? Yeah, I just wanted to clarify.
Yep, no, that's
And,
both.
and certainly, if you wouldn't be here, Jason, you would have the materials to have looked at the candidates and give your opinion on
Right.
the candidate, and if that's okay with you, that's an option. John, I
You only
think you...
need 5 members.
Yeah, but we want to have a good feeling on this committee that we've picked the right person. John?
What about the
when-
week
when you're-
before?
John's speaking, excuse me,
When-
1 second.
Thank
Maria.
you. When you're talking about Friday, are you talking about a Friday evening meeting?
Or Friday afternoon is, if
Oh,
we
to me-
could
To me,
do...
there's a big difference.
Yes, I know, I would prefer the afternoon, for sure.
Yeah, I would prefer not a Friday evening meeting as
Okay,
well.
could you do an afternoon meeting, Maria?
yeah.
So what's the earliest you could do on a Friday?
3 o'clock.
Okay, Bob, what's the earliest? 3 o'clock. Jason, you wouldn't be able to be here, but you'll give us your input.
Yep.
Okay, Gideon, we have 2
Or
dates.
just as a suggestion, maybe the week prior, exactly 1 week prior, the second Thursday of the month, as the, as another.
But you were trying to give enough slip time to this September 19th, remember?
It has to be after?
Well, you wanted room in there, so now if you go earlier, you're cutting off your,
Well, that's still actually okay, because it's.
So what about the 26th, the week after?
the Thursday, the week after you're talking about, John?
Yeah.
Okay, so here are the options, folks. Let me summarize. We have our regular meeting on the 19th. We are talking about having a meeting the next day, Friday, anywhere from 3 o'clock on. So it's Friday afternoon, 3 PM to whatever. And then we are talking, and I know we can get any room, and otherwise John is suggesting September 26th. You can bring me in a birthday cake. My birthday's a few days later. No, just kidding. I'll bring the cake. The Thursday, the 26th, I have to find a room.
Well, we actually, for interview purposes,
We could use that room,
we have options.
right.
But
What would people prefer?
there is a meeting that night that could be canceled as Historical District Commission if there's nothing on their agenda.
On which night?
That,
26th?
26, yeah. But that's fine. That's, of the meetings that are likely to be canceled, that would be the most likely. Not that it will be. It just depends on if someone
Well,
wants something. in
Susan,
the-
then now we have to turn to you because that's your meeting.
No, this is Historical District.
Oh, district, excuse me. Oh, do you
Mine.
have to go to the
That's right.
meeting? Okay,
Not necessarily,
okay.
usually.
Well, we're talking August
No,
20,
No,
September.
September.
September 26th.
September 26th. I'll be here. Oh, that's my historical meeting.
No,
No.
No, what
No.
are we saying?
no, that's Historical District. That's not your meeting.
Right.
Okay, so we have September 19th. Do we want to go September 19th and September 26th? And if we had to, for either one of those days, people could come earlier with enough lead time for those interviews? Or do we want to do September 19th, September 20th? Or we're going to give Gideon all 3 dates and,
I think it's important to have a placeholder to see
Okay.
who can come, and so you guys have worked this out enough that we can send an
Okay.
email tomorrow to confirm. This is one thing you actually can communicate by email on, is
Yes, dates.
scheduling. So it's the one thing that you guys can go back and forth on and figure out if those days, and include Alan in the emails.
yes?
And it doesn't seem like we're going to get it to the paper on June 21st, which is a good thing, I think,
Right, for everybody.
because I want to make sure the document is solid.
Okay,
all the
If you want, I
components.
could do a doodle poll with
that'd be great, Maria.
4 dates, maybe.
Yeah.
That's one, well, 3, we have the 3. And it's just time then. We have our regular scheduled meeting on the 19th, 7 to whatever,
And you're looking at 4 to 6.
and we could look at 4 to 6 on that day as a suggestion. We have the 20th and the 26th. I'm available for all, so.
I think if you're trying to do 2 interviews, though, 1 hour with no break between them is really difficult.
No, you want a break between because you want the other person to
That's
clear
what I'm
out.
saying.
You want to have a little conversation.
That's what
maybe.
I'm saying.
Yeah,
4 to 6 is not really giving you
not
enough time. So you would have to do like 4 to 6:30,
Why would 4 to 6,
because you don't have, I mean, if it takes a whole, someone comes in, they do their interview, they talk a little bit, too
it's about
long.
45 minutes or so. when
You'd
the
only
person
give them
comes in.
45 minutes then, if that's
there were
fine.
3 people, 45 minutes should give you, if you held strictly to 45 minutes.
So- But they have to
Or
be out,
40
and
minutes.
the other person has to be in.
Has
at
to
the
come
same
in
Yeah.
and set up. It does,
Well, we could do 3:30 to 6,
When do we eat supper?
Or,
and then we get pizza or we go out altogether.
yes, we'll figure that.
6:30.
Okay.
So, okay.
We have the 3 dates. Maria's going to do that and find the earliest time that people can meet on those dates. And Okay, I think,
So someone had made a motion and then there was a discussion.
so we're making a motion to accept the updated draft. I will send it out to everybody again. I'm going to need John's help on this,
All right, you want me to make the motion? You're not- I don't think-
please.
So I'll make a motion that
And Susan.
Elodia, in concert with
John and
Susan and
Susan.
Jonathan Bakian, finalize the RFQ and submit it to the procurement office and Gideon.
Second the motion, Madam Chair.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. This was a lot of work. I can't believe we got through all this. I know we have more to go, but I truly appreciate everybody sticking around. Can I have a motion to adjourn? It's
Move we
9:19.
adjourn.
Thank you, folks. Please give
Second. Need a
Susan your-
second.
I need a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Mark?
Yeah. Can I say that I think getting the Community Preservation Coordinator part-time position in place while we get the plan undergoing is very important, because you want that person to be part of that planning process, to have that inculcated in their thinking as they help manage
Absolutely.
the application process. So I think we do have to deal very quickly with this position description and get that out there.
Next meeting. We have,
We have a
goodness,
second on the motion to adjourn.
we have a second on the motion to adjourn, but yes, I agree with you. Did you want to have a meeting before that? Is that what you're saying, Mark?
I think that would be desirable.
So you,
Okay, all right, we got to stop now, because now we've got two things going on.
What time is it?
It is 9:20.
so as far as the Community Preservation Coordinator position, I mean, you have a motion in a second, so I don't know if you want to have and then Mark brought up this
Do we
conversation.
table this motion? Leah, I'm looking to you as a chair. We have a motion to adjourn already, and then Mark threw in. We haven't voted. Okay, thank you.
So
Mark, stop screwing me up. I have enough trouble with all these Robert's rules, for God's sakes. Okay.
So you all have a draft document. You're gonna, once the money is available, you're gonna have to actually make the motion to approve the position. So this is the description of what the concept of a position would be. So I could see you wanting to have a dialogue amongst
We have to
all
have
of
a
you.
dialogue.
And not, but you can also review it individually and then provide information and have it at the next meeting, or have a special meeting like you're suggesting.
If you would like, are people available for a special meeting? Because I know people are tightly scheduled. I see John making a face. Jason's checking a schedule.
It depends when.
Yeah, what are we talking about?
And it would be just for this.
Just for that.
One discussion, so at the most, at the
And
very most, it would
obviously,
be
the easiest thing to do, well, it's complicated. The easiest thing to do would be a Friday, because there are no other meetings, and a Friday afternoon, if Maria could do that, and and Jason could do that.
The other scenario is if each individual reviews this and feels that this is the direction, and you communicate that, then you know that this is a preferred option, then you're getting together to make a vote to approve a job description. But if you're making a lot of changes, that has to go, you could all submit changes, I could try to put them, I mean, if there's like
No,
five different.
I don't want to
Oh,
do
yeah,
that,
I'm not supposed to
Gideon. I
volunteer.
want the
Yeah.
conversation with this committee. We are a committee, and we are coming together, and we're learning about each other, and we need to work together. I don't want everything going there, and you're going to, put it all together. No, there are several critical issues we have to discuss with this position, and I'm not going to let those slide. So I would really welcome, I am very flexible. I have to look to all of you, given we have 3 people who work. Is there any availability any day that you could do this? I really would appreciate it. I agree with Mark. I'd like to get it in the hopper sooner than later.
So what date is proposed? Is there a date proposed?
Well, lunchtime Maria's in Newton, and I don't know where you work, Jason, but that's a
Boston.
hall.
It's awfully hard.
Yeah, no, I think, I was going to say a Friday afternoon, because I know we can always get a room. We could-
On Tuesdays, the town hall's open later,
Or Wednesday, when we have a planning board meeting, I could come a
before
little
the
earlier.
planning board, could you?
if that would work for Maria.
It's not just about me, but that'd be my preference.
Pardon me?
Would
Sorry. You go ahead.
When's your next planning board meeting?
Wednesday.
Like this coming?
Wait, which ones?
No, it's a
Which
ways.
Wednesday?
It's like it's the second Wednesday. So it's,
So it's
so,
kind
so
of
Fourth,
far away.
so 4th of July is on a Thursday, and it's like the Wednesday after that.
So the 10th.
Yeah.
So July 10th.
Yeah.
No, I can't.
Terrible, terrible day.
I'm trying to give it to you, but I'm losing the time now. Jason, that would work for you, Jason. Would that work for Maria?
It doesn't seem to
wouldn't work
buy
for
us
me,
that
so-
much.
It wouldn't work for you?
It doesn't seem to
How's
buy
all
us
this
that much time. I need a calendar,
I
unfortunately.
know, and I left my cell phone at home. Okay.
So you can go
Why-
on.
Since it's a scheduling issue, why don't we do that by email? We can do that, can't we?
Because we can't email with
We
each other.
can,
We can email about
just-
scheduling,
Is
yeah.
that,
Yeah, scheduling, you can,
yeah.
yeah.
but I'm looking, there's 5 conversations going on, so,
I like Mark's idea about trying to do this by email, including, doodle poll, whatever, rather than trying
Doing
to
it right
rush
now.
it now.
would you like to do the doodle poll for me, John?
Sure.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
A doodle, wait, another doodle poll?
Yes, to find this meeting to go over the coordinator job,
Okay.
okay? That would be great.
Can it just be the same doodle poll?
2 more hours, don't worry.
Do you want me to do it? I can do the doodle poll.
Okay, she'll do the
Oh,
doodle
if you
poll.
insist.
Oh, if she insists.
Because I'm already doing
All right,
two.
Maria, do you want to do it for both things? One, the doodle poll for the interview thing of the availability, and then also in the doodle poll for the coordinator position?
Sure.
I love that J in you, Maria. I love that J. That SJ stuff turns me on. Thank you.
All right.
Now may I have a motion to adjourn?
There's
Is that
already a
good?
motion made to
Okay.
adjourn, Madam Chair.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you,
Second.
folks. What time is it?
11:30.
No.
Oh, no.